Chapter 11 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meribah. Oh ho, my friend, you are gotten into Lob's Pond. Jack the Giant Killer. Lord Peter broke his journey north at York, whither the Duke of Denver had been transferred after the assizes, owing to the imminent closing down of Northallerton Jail. By dint of judicious persuasion, Peter contrived to obtain an interview with his brother. He found him looking ill at ease and pulled down by the prison atmosphere, but still unquenchably defiant. "Bad luck, old man," said Peter, "but you're keepin' your tail up fine. Beastly slow business, all this legal stuff, what? But it gives us time, and that's all to the good." "It's a confounded nuisance," said his Grace, "and I'd like to know what Murbles means. Comes down and tries to bully me. Damned impudence. Anybody'd think he suspected me." "Look here, Jerry," said his brother earnestly, "why can't you let up on that alibi of yours? It'd help no end, you know. After all, if a fellow who won't say what he's been doin'—" "It ain't my business to prove anything," retorted his Grace with dignity. "They've got to show I was there murderin' the fellow. I'm not bound to say where I was. I'm presumed innocent, aren't I, till they prove me guilty? I call it a disgrace. Here's a murder committed, and they aren't taking the slightest trouble to find the real criminal. I give 'em my word of honour, to say nothing of an oath, that I didn't kill Cathcart, though, mind you, the swine deserved it. But they pay no attention. Meanwhile, the real man's escapin' at his confounded leisure. If I were only free, I'd make a fuss about it." "Well, why the devil don't you cut it short, then?" urged Peter. "I don't mean here and now to me," with a glance at the warder within earshot, "but to Murbles. Then we could get to work." "I wish you'd jolly well keep out of it," grunted the Duke. "Isn't it all damnable enough for Helen, poor girl, and Mother, and everyone, without you making it an opportunity to play Sherlock Holmes? I'd have thought you'd have had the decency to keep quiet, for the family's sake. I may be in a damned rotten position, but I ain't making a public spectacle of myself, by Jove." "Hell!" said Lord Peter, with such vehemence that the wooden-faced warder actually jumped. "It's you that's making the spectacle. It need never have started but for you. Do you think I like having my brother and sister dragged through the courts, and reporters swarming over the place, and paragraphs and news bills with your name staring at me from every corner, and all this ghastly business ending up in a great show in the House of Lords, with a lot of people togged up in scarlet and ermine and all the rest of the damn-fool jiggery-pokery? People are beginning to look oddly at me in the club, and I can jolly well hear 'em whispering that Denver's attitude looks fishy, begad. Cut it out, Jerry." "Well, we're in for it now," said his brother. "And thank heaven there are still a few decent fellows left in the peerage who'll know how to take a gentleman's word, even if my own brother can't see beyond his rotten legal evidence." As they stared angrily at one another, that mysterious sympathy of the flesh which we call family likeness sprang out from its hiding-place, stamping their totally dissimilar features with an elfish effect of mutual caricature. It was as though each saw himself in a distorting mirror, while the voices might have been one voice with its echo. "Look here, old chap," said Peter, recovering himself, "I'm frightfully sorry. I didn't mean to let myself go like that. If you won't say anything, you won't." Anyhow, we're all working like blazes, and we're sure to find the right man before very long." "You'd better leave it to the police," said Denver. "I know you like playin' at detectives, but I do think you might draw the line somewhere." "That's a nasty one," said Wimsey. "But I don't look on this as a game, and I can't say I'll keep out of it, because I know I'm doin' valuable work. Still, honestly, I can see your point of view. I'm jolly sorry you find me such an irritatin' sort of person. I suppose it's hard for you to believe I feel anything, but I do, and I'm going to get you out of this, if Bunter and I both perish in the attempt. Well, so long. That's the warder just waking up to say, 'Time, gentlemen.' Cheero, old thing. Good luck." He rejoined Bunter outside. "Bunter," he said, as they walked through the streets of the old city, "is my manner really offensive when I don't mean it to be?" "It is possible, my lord, if your lordship will excuse my saying so, that the liveliness of your lordship's manner may be misleading to persons of limited—" "Be careful, Bunter." "Limited imagination, my lord." "Well-bred English people never have imagination, Bunter." "Certainly not, my lord. I meant nothing disparaging." "Well, Bunter. Oh, Lord, there's a reporter. Hide me, quick." "In here, my lord." Mr. Bunter whisked his master into the cool emptiness of the cathedral. "I venture to suggest, my lord," he urged in a hurried whisper, "that we adopt the attitude and external appearance of prayer, if your lordship will excuse me." Peeping through his fingers, Lord Peter saw a verger hastening towards them, rebuke depicted on his face. At that moment, however, the reporter entered in headlong pursuit, tugging a notebook from his pocket. The verger leapt swiftly on this new prey. "The winder under which we stand," he began in a reverential monotone, "is called the Seven Sisters of York. They say—" Master and man stole quietly out. For his visit to the market town of Stapley, Lord Peter attired himself in an aged Norfolk suit, stockings with sober tops, an ancient hat turned down all round, stout shoes, and carried a heavy ash-plant. It was with regret that he abandoned his favourite stick, a handsome malacca marked off in inches for detective convenience, and concealing a sword in its belly and a compass in its head. He decided, however, that it would prejudice the natives against him, as having a town-bred, not to say supercilious, air about it. The sequel to this commendable devotion to his art forcibly illustrated the truth of Gertrude Reed's observation: "All this self-sacrifice is a sad mistake." The little town was sleepy enough as he drove into it in one of the Riddlesdale dog-carts, Bunter beside him, and the under-gardener on the back seat. For choice, he would have come on a market day, in the hope of meeting Grimethorpe himself. But things were moving fast now, and he dared not lose a day. It was a raw, cold morning, inclined to rain. "Which is the best inn to put up at, Wilkes?" "There's the Bricklayers' Arms, my lord, a fine, well-thought-of place. Or t'Bridge and Bottle, in t' square. Or t' Rose and Crown, t'other side the square." "Where do folks usually put up on market days?" "Mebbe Rose and Crown is most popular, so to say. Tim Watchett, landlord, is a rare gossip. Knew Greg Smith, ower't way at Bridge and Bottle. He's nobbut a grimy, surly man, but he keeps good drink." I fancy, Bunter, our man will be more attracted by surliness and good drink than by a genial host. The bridge and bottle for us, I fancy, and if we draw blank there, we'll toddle over to the Rose and Crown and pump the garrulous Watchet. Accordingly, they turned into the yard of a large, stony-faced house, whose long unpainted sign bore the dim outline of a bridge embattled, which local etymology had, by a natural association of ideas, transmogrified into the bridge and bottle. To the grumpy ostler who took the horse, Peter, with his most companionable manner, addressed himself. "Nasty raw morning, isn't it?" "Eh?" "Give him a good feed. I may be here some time." "Ugh." "Not many people about today, what?" "Ugh." "But I expect you're busy enough market days." "Eh?" "People come in from long way round, I suppose." "Coop," said the ostler. The horse walked 3 steps forward. "Whoa," said the ostler. The horse stopped, with the shafts free of the tugs. The man lowered the shafts to grate viciously on the gravel. "Come on, Oop," said the ostler, and walked calmly off into the stable, leaving the affable Lord Peter as thoroughly snubbed as that young sprig of the nobility had ever found himself. "I am more and more convinced," said his lordship, "that this is Farmer Grimethorpe's usual house of call. Let's try the bar. Wilkes, I shan't want you for a bit. Get yourself lunch, if necessary. I don't know how long we shall be." "Very good, my lord." In the bar of the Bridge and Bottle they found Mr. Greg Smith gloomily checking a long invoice. Lord Peter ordered drinks for Bunter and himself. The landlord appeared to resent this as a liberty, and jerked his head towards the barmaid. It was only right and proper that Bunter, after respectfully returning thanks to his master for his half-pint, should fall into conversation with the girl, while Lord Peter paid his respects to Mr. Smith. "Ah," said his lordship, "good stuff that, Mr. Smith. I was told to come here for real good beer, and by Jove, I've been sent to the right place." "Ugh," said Mr. Smith. "'Tisn't what it was. Nowt's good these times." "Well, I don't want better. By the way, is Mr. Grimethorpe here to-day?" "Eh?" "Is Mr. Grimethorpe in Stapley this morning, do you know?" "How'd I know?" "I thought he always put up here." "Ah, perhaps I mistook the name, but I fancied he'd be the man to go where the beer is best." "Aye?" "Oh, well, if you haven't seen him, I don't suppose he's come over to-day." "Come where?" "Into Stapley." "Doesn't he live here? He can go and come without my knowing." "Oh, of course." Wimsey staggered under the shock, and then grasped the misunderstanding. "I don't mean Mr. Grimethorpe of Stapley, but Mr. Grimethorpe of Grider's Hole." "Why didn't they say so? Oh, him, aye." "He's here to-day?" "Nay, I knowed nowt about it." "He comes in on market days, I expect?" "Sometimes." "It's a longish way. One can put up for the night, I suppose?" "Deuced want to stay to-night." "Well, no, I don't think so. I was thinking about my friend, Mr. Grimethorpe. I dare say he often has to stay the night." "Happen 'a does." "Doesn't he stay here, then?" "Nay." "Oh," said Wimsey, and thought impatiently, "If all these natives are as oyster-like, I shall have to spend the night. Well, well," he added aloud, Next time he drops in, say I asked after him." "And who mout thou be?" inquired Mr. Smith, in a hostile manner. "Oh, only Brooks of Sheffield," said Lord Peter, with a happy grin. "Good morning. I won't forget to recommend your beer." Mr. Smith grunted. Lord Peter strolled slowly out, and before long Mr. Bunter joined him, coming out with a brisk step and the lingering remains of what, in anyone else, might have been taken for a smirk. "Well," inquired his lordship, "I hope the young lady was more communicative than that fellow." "I found the young person—" "Snubbed again," muttered Lord Peter. "Perfectly amiable, my lord, but unhappily ill-informed. Mr. Grimethorpe is not unknown to her, but he does not stay here. She has sometimes seen him in company with a man called Zedekiah Bone." "Well," said his lordship, "suppose you look for Bone, and come and report progress to me in a couple hours' time. I'll try the Rose and Crown. We'll meet at noon under that thing." That thing was a tall erection in pink granite, neatly tooled to represent a craggy rock, and guarded by two petrified infantrymen in trench helmets. A thin stream of water gushed from a bronze knob halfway up. A roll of honour was engraved on the octagonal base, and 4 gas lamps on cast-iron standards put the finishing touch to a very monument of incongruity. Mr. Bunter looked carefully at it, to be sure of recognizing it again, and moved respectfully away. Lord Peter walked 10 brisk steps in the direction of the Rose and Crown, and then a thought struck him. "Bunter!" Mr. Bunter hurried back to his side. "Oh, nothing," said his lordship. "Only I've just thought of a name for it." "For—" "That memorial," said Lord Peter. "I choose to call it Meribah." "Yes, my lord, the waters of strife. Exceedingly apt, my lord. Nothing harmonious about it, if I may say so. Will there be anything further, my lord?" "No, that's all." Mr. Timothy Watchett, of the Rose and Crown, was certainly a contrast to Mr. Greg Smith. He was a small, spare, sharp-eyed man of about 55, with so twinkling and humorous an eye, and so alert a cock of the head, that Lord Peter summed up his origin in the moment he set eyes on him. "Morning, landlord," said he genially. "And when did you last see Piccadilly Circus?" "'Ard to say, sir. Gettin' on for 35 year, I reckon. Many's the time I said to my wife, 'Liz, I'll take you to see the Holborn Empire afore I die.' But with one thing and another, time slips away. One day's so like another. Blowed if I ever remember how old I'm gettin', sir." "Oh, well, you've lots of time yet," said Lord Peter. "I hope so, sir. I ain't never what you may call got used to these northerners. That's slow they are, sir. It fair give me the 'ump when I first come. And the way they speak, that took some getting used to. Call that English, I used to say. Give me the Frenchies in the Chanticleer restaurant, I says. But there, sir, custom's everything. Blowed if I didn't catch myself a sayin' yon side the square t'other day. Me! "I don't think there's much fear of your turning into a Yorkshireman," said Lord Peter. "Didn't I know you the minute I set eyes on you? In Mr. Watchett's bar, I said to myself, my foot is on my native paving stones." "That's right, sir. And bein' there, sir, what can I have the pleasure of offerin' you? 'Scuse me, sir, but haven't I seen your face somewhere?" "I don't think so," said Peter. "But that reminds me, do you know one Mr. Grimethorpe?" "I know 5 Mr. Grimethorpes. Which of 'em was you meanin', sir?" "Mr. Grimethorpe of Grider's Hole." The landlord's cheerful face darkened. "A friend of yours, sir?" "Not exactly. An acquaintance." "There now," cried Mr. Watchett, smacking his hand down upon the counter. "I knowed as I knowed your face. Don't you live over at Riddlesdale, sir?" "I'm staying there." "I knowed it," retorted Mr. Watchett triumphantly. He dived behind the counter and brought up a bundle of newspapers, turning over the sheets excitedly with a well-licked thumb. "There, Riddlesdale. That's it, of course." He smacked open a Daily Mirror of a fortnight or so ago. The front page bore a heavy block headline, "The Riddlesdale Mystery," and beneath was a lifelike snapshot entitled, "Lord Peter Wimsey, the Sherlock Holmes of the West End, who is devoting all his time and energies to proving the innocence of his brother, the Duke of Denver." Mr. Watchett gloated. "You won't mind my sighin' how proud I am to have you in my bar, my lord. 'Ere, Jem, you attend ter them gentlemen. Don't you see they're waitin'? Followed all your cases I have, my lord, in the papers. Just like a book they are. And ter think—" "Look here, old thing," said Lord Peter, "d'ye mind not talking quite so loud? Seeing dear old Felix is out of the bag, so to speak, do you think you could give me some information and keep your mouth shut? What? Come behind into the bar parlour, my lord. Nobody'll hear us there," said Mr. Watchett, eagerly lifting up the flap. "Jem, here, bring a bottle of— what'll you have, my lord?" "Well, I don't know how many places I may have to visit," said his lordship dubiously. "Jem, bring a quart of the old ale. It's special, that's what it is, my lord. I ain't never found none like it, except it might be once at Oxford. Thanks, Jem. Now, you get along sharp and attend to those customers. Now, my lord." Mr. Watchett's information amounted to this: that Mr. Grimethorpe used to come to the Rose and Crown pretty often, especially on market days. About 10 days previously he had come in latish, very drunk and quarrelsome, with his wife, who seemed, as usual, terrified of him. Grimethorpe had demanded spirits, but Mr. Watchett had refused to serve him. There had been a row, and Mrs. Grimethorpe had endeavoured to get her husband away. Grimethorpe had promptly knocked her down, with epithets reflecting upon her virtue, and Mr. Watchett had at once called upon the potmen to turn Grimethorpe out, refusing to have him in the house again. He had heard it said on all sides that Grimethorpe's temper, always notoriously bad, had become positively diabolical of late. "Could you hazard, so to speak, a calculation as to how long, or since when?" "Well, my lord, come to think of it, especially since the middle of last month, perhaps a bit earlier." "Not that I go for to insinuate anythink, nor your lordship neither, of course," said Mr. Watchett quickly. "Certainly not," said Lord Peter. "What about?" "Ah," said Mr. Watchett, "there it is. What about?" "Tell me," said Lord Peter, "do you recollect Grimethorpe comin' into Stapley on October 13th, a Wednesday it was?" "That would be the day of the Ah, to be sure. Yes, I do recollect it, for I remember thinking it was odd him coming here except on a market day. Said he had to look at some machinery, drills and such. That's right. He was 'ere, right enough. Do you remember what time he came in? Well, now, I've a fancy he was 'ere ter lunch. The waitress 'ud know. 'Ere, Bet, he called through the side door. D'yer happen to recollect whether Mr. Grimethorpe lunched here October the 13th, Wednesday it were, the day the poor gent was murdered over at Riddlesdale? Grimethorpe Gritter's Hole, said the girl. Yes, he took lunch and come back to sleep. I'm not mistook, for I waited on un, and took up his water in't morning, and he only gied me tuppence. Monstrous, said Lord Peter. Look here, Miss Elizabeth, you're sure it was the 13th? Because I've got a bet on it with a friend, and I don't want to lose my money if I can help it. You're positive it was Wednesday night he slept here? I could have sworn it was Thursday. Nay, sir, 'twere Wednesday, for I remember hearing the men talk the murder in t' bar, telling Mr. Grimethorpe next day. Sounds conclusive. What did Mr. Grimethorpe say about it? There now, 'tis queer you should ask that. Everyone noticed how strange he acted. Turned all white like a sheet, and looked at both his hands, one after the other, and then he pushes his head off forehead, dazed like. We reckoned he hadn't got over the drink. He's more often drunk than not. I wouldn't be his wife for £500. I should think not, said Peter. You can do a lot better than that. Well, I suppose I've lost my money then. By the way, what time did Mr. Grimethorpe come in to bed? Close on 2 to morning, said the girl, tossing her head. He were locked out, and Jem had to go down and let un in. That's so, said Peter. Well, I might try to get out on a technicality, Mr. Watchett? 2 o'clock is Thursday, isn't it? I'll work that for all it's worth. Thanks frightfully. That's all I wanted to know. Bet grinned and giggled herself away, comparing the generosity of the strange gentleman with the stinginess of Mr. Grimethorpe. Peter rose. I'm no end obliged, Mr. Watchett, he said. I'll just have a word with Jem. Don't say anything, by the way. Not me, said Mr. Watchett. I know what's what. Good luck, my lord. Jem corroborated Bet. Grimethorpe had returned at about 1:50 a.m. on October 14th, drunk and plastered with mud. He had muttered something about having run up against a man called Watson. The ostler was next interrogated. He did not think that anybody could get a horse and trap out of the stable at night without his knowing it. He knew Watson. He was a carrier by trade, and lived in Wyndham Street. Lord Peter rewarded his informant suitably, and set out for Wyndham Street. But the recital of his quest would be tedious. At noon he joined Bunter at the Meribah Memorial. Any luck? I have secured certain information, my lord, which I have duly noted. Total expenditure on beer for self and witnesses, 7 shillings and twopence, my lord. Lord Peter paid the 7 shillings and twopence without a word, and they adjourned to the Rose and Crown. Being accommodated in a private parlour, and having ordered lunch, they proceeded to draw up the following schedule. Grimethorpe's movements, Wednesday, October 13th, to Thursday, October 14th. October 13th. 12:30 p.m. Arrives, Rose and Crown. 1 o'clock p.m. Lunches. 3 p.m. Orders 2 drills from man called Gooch in Trimmer's Lane. 4:30 p.m. Drink with Gooch to clinch bargain. 5 p.m. Calls at house of John Watson, carrier, about delivering some dog food. Watson absent. Mrs. Watson says W. expected back that night. G. says will call again. 5:30 p.m. Calls on Mark Dolby, grocer, to complain about some tinned salmon. 5:45 p.m. Calls on Mr. Hewitt, optician, to pay bill for spectacles and dispute the amount. 6 p.m. Drinks with Zedekiah Bone at Bridge and Bottle. 6:45. Calls again on Mrs. Watson. Watson not yet home. 7 p.m. Seen by Constable Z15 drinking with several men at Pig and Whistle. Heard to use threatening language with regard to some person unknown. 7:20 p.m. Seen to leave Pig and Whistle with 2 men not yet identified. October 14th. 1:15 a.m. Picked up by Watson, carrier, about a mile out on the road to Riddlesdale, very dirty and ill-tempered, and not quite sober. 1:45 a.m. Let into Rose and Crown by James Johnson, potman. 9 a.m. Called by Elizabeth Dobbin. 9:30 a.m. In bar of Rose and Crown. Hears of man murdered at Riddlesdale. Behaves suspiciously. 10:15 a.m. Cashes cheque £129 17 shillings and 8pence at Lloyd's Bank. 10:30 a.m. Pays Gooch for drills. 11:05 a.m. Leaves Rose and Crown for Grider's Hole. Lord Peter looked at this for a few minutes and put his finger on the great gap of 6 hours after 7:20. "How far to Riddlesdale, Bunter?" "About 13¾ miles, my lord." "And the shot was heard at 10:55. It couldn't be done on foot. Did Watson explain why he didn't get back from his round till 2 in the morning?" "Yes, my lord. He says he reckoned to be back about 11, but his horse cast a shoe between King's Fenton and Riddlesdale. He had to walk him quietly into Riddlesdale, about 3½ miles, getting there about 10, and knock up the blacksmith. He turned in to the Lord in Glory till closing time, and then went home with a friend and had a few more. At 12:40 he started off home and picked Grimethorpe up a mile or so out near the crossroads." "Sounds circumstantial. The blacksmith and the friend ought to be able to substantiate it, but we simply must find those men at the Pig and Whistle." "Yes, my lord. I will try again after lunch." It was a good lunch, but that seemed to exhaust their luck for the day, for by 3 o'clock the men had not been identified, and the scent seemed cold. Wilkes the groom, however, had his own contribution to the inquiry. He had met a man from King's Fenton at lunch, and they had naturally got to talking over the mysterious murder at the lodge, and the man had said that he knew an old man living in a hut on the fell, who said that on the night of the murder he'd seen a man walking over Wemmeling Fell in the middle of the night. "And it coom to me all of a sudden it would be his Grace," said Wilkes brightly. Further inquiries elicited that the old man's name was Groot, and that Wilkes could easily drop Lord Peter and Bunter at the beginning of the sheep path which led up to his hut. Now, had Lord Peter taken his brother's advice, and paid more attention to English country sports than to incunabula and criminals in London, or had Bunter been brought up on the moors rather than in a Kentish village, or had Wilkes, who was a Yorkshireman bred and born, and ought to have known better, not been so outrageously puffed up with the sense of his own importance in suggesting a clue, and with impatience to have that clue followed up without delay, or had any one of the three exercised common sense, this preposterous suggestion would never have been made, much less carried out, on a November day in the North Riding. As it was, however, Lord Peter and Bunter left the trap at the foot of the moor-path at 10 minutes to 4, and, dismissing Wilkes, climbed steadily up to the wee hut on the edge of the fell. The old man was extremely deaf, and after half an hour of interrogation, his story did not amount to much. On a night in October, which he thought might be the night of the murder, he had been sitting by his peat fire when, about midnight, as he guessed, a tall man had loomed up out of the darkness. He spoke like a Southerner, and said he had got lost on the moor. Old Groot had come to his door and pointed out the track down towards Riddlesdale. The stranger had then vanished, leaving a shilling in his hand. He could not describe the stranger's dress more particularly than that he wore a soft hat and an overcoat, and, he thought, leggings. He was pretty near sure it was the night of the murder, because afterwards he had turned it over in his mind and made out that it might have been one of yon folk at the lodge, possibly the Duke. He had only arrived at this result by a slow process of thought, and had not come forward, not knowing whom or where to come to. With this, the inquirers had to be content, and, presenting Groot with half a crown, they emerged upon the moor at something after 5 o'clock. "Bunter," said Lord Peter through the dusk, "I am abso-bally-lutely positive that the answer to all this business is at Grider's Hole." "Very possibly, my lord." Lord Peter extended his fingers in south-easterly direction. "That is Grider's Hole," he said. "Let's go." "Very good, my lord." So, like two Cockney innocents, Lord Peter and Bunter set forth at a brisk pace down the narrow moor track toward Grider's Hole, with never a glance behind them for the great white menace rolling silently down through the November dusk from the wide loneliness of Wemmeling Fell. "Bunter!" "Here, my lord." The voice was close at his ear. "Thank God! I thought you'd disappeared for good. I say, we ought to have known." "Yes, my lord." It had come on them from behind in a single stride, thick, cold, choking, blotting each from the other, though they were only a yard or two apart. "I'm a fool, Bunter," said Lord Peter. "Not at all, my lord." "Don't move. Go on speaking." "Yes, my lord." Peter groped to the right and clutched the other's sleeve. "Ah, now what are we to do?" "I couldn't say, my lord, having no experience. Has the phenomenon any habits, my lord?" "No regular habits, I believe. Sometimes it moves. Other times it stays in place for days. We can wait all night and see if it lifts at daybreak." "Yes, my lord. It is, unhappily, somewhat damp. "Somewhat, as you say," agreed his lordship, with a short laugh. Bunter sneezed, and begged pardon politely. "If we go on going south-east," said his lordship, "we shall get to Grider's Hole all right, and they'll jolly well have to put us up for the night, or give us an escort. I've got my torch in my pocket, and we can go by compass. Oh, hell! My lord, I've got the wrong stick. The beastly ash. No compass, Bunter. We're done in." "Couldn't we keep on going downhill, my lord?" Lord Peter hesitated. Recollections of what he had heard and read surged up in his mind to tell him that uphill or downhill seems much the same thing in a fog. But man walks in a vain shadow. It is hard to believe that one is really helpless. The cold was icy. "We might try," he said weakly. "I have heard it said, my lord, that in a fog one always walked round in a circle," said Mr. Bunter, seized with a tardy diffidence. "Not on a slope, surely," said Lord Peter, beginning to feel bold out of sheer contrariness. Bunter, being out of his element, had, for once, no good counsel to offer. "Well, we can't be much worse off than we are," said Lord Peter. "We'll try it, and keep on shouting." He grasped Bunter's hand, and they strode gingerly forward into the thick coldness of the fog. How long that nightmare lasted, neither could have said. The world might have died about them. Their own shouts terrified them. When they stopped shouting, the dead silence was more terrifying still. They stumbled over tufts of thick heather. It was amazing how, deprived of sight, they exaggerated the inequalities of the ground. It was with very little confidence that they could distinguish uphill from downhill. They were shrammed through with cold, yet the sweat was running down from their faces with strain and terror. Suddenly, from directly before them, as it seemed, and only a few yards away, there rose a long, horrible shriek, and another, and another. "My God, what's that?" "It's a horse, my lord." Of course. They remembered having heard horses scream like that. There had been a burning stable near Pobringe. "Poor devil," said Peter. He started off impulsively in the direction of the sound, dropping Bunter's hand. "Come back, my lord," cried the man in a sudden agony, and then, with a frightened burst of enlightenment, "For God's sake, stop, my lord, the bog!" A sharp shout in the utter blackness. "Keep away there! Don't move! It's got me!" And a dreadful sucking noise. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Alibi. When actually in the embrace of a voracious and powerful wild animal, the desirability of leaving a limb is not a matter to be subjected to lengthy consideration. The Wallet of Kai Lung. "I tripped right into it," said Wimsey's voice steadily out of the blackness. "One sinks very fast. You'd better not come near, or you'll go too. We'll yell a bit. I don't think we can be very far from Grider's Hole." "If your lordship will keep shouting," returned Bunter. "I think I can get to you," he panted, untying with his teeth the hard knot of a coil of string. "I," cried Peter obediently. "Help! I help!" Mr. Bunter groped towards the voice, feeling cautiously before him with his walking stick. "Wish you'd keep away, Bunter," said Lord Peter peevishly. "Where's the sense of both of us?" He squelched and floundered again. "Don't do that, my lord," cried the man entreatingly. "You'll sink farther in." "I'm up to my thighs now," said Lord Peter. "I'm coming," said Bunter. "Go on shouting." "Ah, here's where it gets soggy." He felt the ground carefully, selected a tussocky bit which seemed reasonably firm, and drove his stick well into it. "Hi! Help!" said Lord Peter, shouting lustily. Mr. Bunter tied one end of the string to the walking stick, belted his Burberry tightly about him, and, laying himself cautiously down upon his belly, advanced, club in hand, like a very Gothic Theseus of a late and degenerate school. The bog heaved horribly as he crawled over it, and the slimy water squelched up into his face. He felt with his hands for tussocks of grass, and got support from them when he could. "Call out again, my lord." "Here." The voice was fainter and came from the right. Bunter had lost his line a little, hunting for tussocks. "I daren't come faster," he explained. He felt as though he had been crawling for years. "Get out while there's still time," said Peter. "I'm up to my waist. Lord, this is rather a beastly way to peg out." "You won't peg out," grunted Bunter. His voice was suddenly quite close. "Your hands now." For a few agonizing minutes, two pairs of hands groped over the invisible slime. Then, "Keep yours still," said Bunter. He made a slow, circling movement. It was hard work keeping his face out of the mud. His hands slithered over the slobbery surface and suddenly closed on an arm. "Thank God," said Bunter. "Hang on here, my lord." He felt forward. The arms were perilously close to the sucking mud. The hands crawled clingingly up his arms and rested on his shoulders. He grasped Wimsey beneath the armpits and heaved. The exertion drove his own knees deep into the bog. He straightened himself hurriedly. Without using his knees, he could get no purchase, but to use them meant certain death. They could only hang on desperately till help came, or till the strain became too great. He could not even shout. It was almost more than he could do to keep his mouth free of water. The dragging strain on his shoulders was intolerable. The mere effort to breathe meant an agonizing crick in the neck. "You must go on shouting, my lord." Wimsey shouted. His voice was breaking and fading. "Bunter, old thing," said Lord Peter, "I'm simply beastly sorry to have let you in for this." "Don't mention it, my lord," said Bunter, with his mouth in the slime. A thought struck him. "What became of your stick, my lord?" "I dropped it. It should be somewhere near if it hasn't sunk in." Bunter cautiously released his left hand and felt about. "Hi, help!" Bunter's hand closed over the stick, which by a happy accident had fallen across a stable tuft of grass. He pulled it over to him and laid it across his arms so that he could just rest his chin upon it. The relief to his neck was momentarily so enormous that his courage was renewed. He felt he could hang on forever. "Help!" Minutes passed like hours. "See that?" a faint, flickering gleam somewhere away to the right. With desperate energy, both shouted together, "Help! Help! Oi! Help!" An answering yell. The light swayed, came nearer, a spreading blur in the fog. "We must keep it up," panted Wimsey. They yelled again. "Where be?" "Here." "Hello." A pause. Then, "Here be a stick," said a voice, suddenly near. "Follow the string," yelled Bunter. They heard two voices, apparently arguing. Then the string was twitched. "Here, here, two of us. Make haste." More consultation. "Hang on, cansta?" "Yes, if you're quick." "Fetch and hurdle. Two on ye, saysta?" "Yes." "Deep in?" "One of us." "All right, Jem's comin'." A splattering noise marked the arrival of Jem with a hurdle. Then came an endless wait. Then another hurdle, the string twitching, and the blur of the lantern bobbing violently about. Then a third hurdle was flung down, and the light came suddenly out of the mist. A hand caught Bunter by the ankle. "Where's t'other?" "Here, nearly up to his neck. Have you a rope?" "Aye, sure. Jem, the rope?" The rope came snaking out of the fog. Bunter grasped it and passed it round his master's body. "Now, coom the back and heave." Bunter crawled cautiously backwards upon the hurdle, all three sets of hands upon the rope. It was like trying to heave the earth out of her course. "'Fraid I'm rooted to Australia," panted Peter apologetically. Bunter sweated and sobbed. "It's all right. He's coomin'." With slow heavings, the rope began to come towards them. Their muscles cracked. Suddenly, with a great plop, the bog let go its hold. The three at the rope were hurled head over heels upon the hurdles. Something unrecognizable in slime lay flat, heaving helplessly. They dragged at him in a kind of frenzy, as though he might be snatched back from them again. The evil bog stench rose thickly round them. They crossed the first hurdle, the second, the third, and rose staggeringly to their feet on firm ground. "What a beastly place," said Lord Peter faintly. "Apologize. Stupid of me to have forgotten. What's your name?" "Well, tha's looky," said one of the rescuers. "We thought we heard someone shoutin'. There be few folks as cooms out of Peter's potch, dead or alive, I reckon." "Well, it was nearly potted Peter that time," said his lordship, and fainted. To Lord Peter, the memory of his entry that night into the farmhouse at Grider's Hole always brought with it a sensation of nightmare. The coils of fog rolled in with them as the door opened, and through them the firelight leapt steamily. A hanging lamp made a blur. The Medusa head of Mrs. Grimethorpe, terribly white against her black hair, peered over him. A hairy paw caught her by the shoulder and wrenched her aside. "Shameless! A mon, ony mon, that's all that thinks on. Bide till there's wanted. What's this?" Voices, voices, ever so many fierce faces peering down all round. "Peter's pot, and what were ye a-wantin' unto more this time o' night? No good. Nobody but a fool or a thief 'ud coom up here in fog." One of the men, a farm labourer with wry shoulders and a thin, malicious face, suddenly burst into a tuneless song. "I been a courtin' Mary Jane on ilk l'amour bachtat." "How tung?" yelled Grimethorpe in a fury. "Dost want us break every bone of the body?" He turned on Bunter. "Tak this un off, I tell you. Thou'rt here for no good." "But, William," began his wife. He snapped round at her like a dog, and she shrank back. Nay now," said a man whom Wimsey dimly recognized as the fellow who had befriended him on his previous visit. "Thou mun take them in for tonight, reckon, or there'll be trouble with the folk down yonder at the lodge, let alone what the police 'ud say. If the fellow'm coom to do harm, he's done it already, t'unself. Won't do no more tonight. Look at un. Bring un to the fire, mun," he added to Bunter, and then, turning to the farmer again, "Tess thou'll be in Queer Street if he were to go and die on us, wi' pneumony or rheumatics." This reasoning seemed partly to convince Grimethorpe. He made way, grumbling, and the two chilled and exhausted men were brought near the fire. Somebody brought 2 large steaming tumblers of spirits. Wimsey's brain seemed to clear, then swim again, drowsily, drunkenly. Presently he became aware that he was being carried upstairs and put to bed. A big, old-fashioned room, with a fire on the hearth and a huge, grim 4-poster. Bunter was helping him out of soaked clothes, rubbing him. Another man appeared from time to time to help him. From below came the bellowing sound of Grimethorpe's voice, blasphemously uplifted, then the harsh, brassy singing of the wry-shouldered man. "Then worms will come and ate thee up on Ilclamore Batat. Then dooks will come and ate up worms on Ilclamore." Lord Peter rolled into bed. "Bunter, you all right? Never said thank you. Dunno what I'm doing. Anywhere to sleep, what?" He drifted away into oblivion. The old song came up mockingly and wound its horrible fancies into his dreams. "Then we shall coom and ate up dooks on Ilclamore Batat, and that is how, and that is how. When Wimsey next opened his eyes, a pale November sun was struggling in at the window. It seemed that the fog had fulfilled its mission and departed. For some time he lay vaguely unaware of how he came to be where he was. Then the outlines of recollection straightened themselves. The drifting outposts of dreams were called back. The burden of his preoccupation settled down as usual. He became aware of an extreme bodily lassitude and of the dragging pain of wrenched shoulder muscles. Examining himself perfunctorily, he found a bruised and tender zone beneath the armpits and round his chest and back, where the rescuing rope had hauled him. It was painful to move, so he lay back and closed his eyes once more. Presently the door opened to admit Bunter, neatly clothed and bearing a tray from which rose a most excellent odor of ham and eggs. "Hullo, Bunter." "Good morning, my lord. I trust your lordship has rested." "Feel as fit as a fiddle, thanks. Come to think of it, why a fiddle? Except for a general feeling of having been violently massaged by some fellow with cast-iron fingers and knobbly joints. How about you?" "The arms are a trifle fatigued, thank you, my lord. Otherwise, I am happy to say I feel no trace of the misadventure. Allow me, my lord." He set the tray tenderly upon Lord Peter's ready knees. "They must be jolly well dragged out of their sockets," said his lordship, "holding me up all that ghastly long time. I'm so beastly deep in debt to you already, Bunter. It's not a bit of use trying to repay it. You know I won't forget it anyhow, don't you? All right, I won't be embarrassing or anything. Thanks awfully, anyhow. That's that, what? Did they give you anywhere decent to sleep? I didn't seem to be able to sit up and take notice last night. I slept excellently, I thank you, your lordship. Mr. Bunter indicated a kind of truckle bed in a corner of the room. They would have given me another room, my lord, but in the circumstances I preferred to remain with your lordship, trusting you would excuse the liberty. I told them that I feared the effects of prolonged immersion upon your lordship's health. I was uneasy, besides, about the intention of Grimethorpe. I feared he might not feel altogether hospitably disposed, and that he might be led into some hasty action if we were not together. I shouldn't wonder. Most murderous-looking fellow I ever set eyes on. I'll have to talk to him this morning, or to Mrs. Grimethorpe. I'd take my oath she could tell us something, what? I should say there was very little doubt of it, my lord. Trouble is, pursued Wimsey, with his mouth full of egg, I don't know how to get at her. That jolly husband of hers seems to cherish the most unpleasant suspicions of anything that comes this way in trousers. If he found out we'd been talking to her, what you might call privately, he might, as you say, be hurried by his feelings into doing something regrettable. Just so, my lord. Still, the fellow must go and look after his bally old farm sometime, and then perhaps we'll be able to tackle her. Queer sort of woman, damn fine one, what? Wonder what she made of Cathcart, he added musingly. Mr. Bunter volunteered no opinion on this delicate point. Well, Bunter, I think I'll get up. I don't suppose we are altogether welcome here. I didn't fancy the look in our host's eye last night. No, my lord. He made a deal of opposition about having your lordship conveyed to this room. Why, whose room is it? His own and Mrs. Grimethorpe's, my lord. It appeared most suitable, there being a fireplace, and the bed already made up. Mrs. Grimethorpe showed great kindness, my lord, and the man Jake pointed out to Grimethorpe that it would doubtless be to his pecuniary advantage to treat your lordship with consideration. Nice grasping character, ain't he? Well, it's up and away for me. Oh, Lord, I am stiff. I say, Bunter, have I any clothes to put on? I have dried and brushed your lordship's suit to the best of my ability, my lord. It is not as I should wish to see it, but I think your lordship will be able to wear it to Riddlesdale. Well, I don't suppose the streets will be precisely crowded, retorted his lordship. I do so want a hot bath. How about shaving water? I can't procure that from the kitchen, my lord. Bunter padded away, and Lord Peter, having pulled on a shirt and trousers with many grunts and groans, roamed over to the window. As usual with hardy country dwellers, it was tightly shut, and a thick wedge of paper had been rammed in to keep the sash from rattling. He removed this and flung up the sash. The wind rollicked in, laden with peaty moor scents. He drank it in gladly. It was good to see the jolly old sun after all. He would have hated to die a sticky death in Peter's pot. For a few minutes he stood there, returning thanks vaguely in his mind for the benefits of existence. Then he withdrew to finish dressing. The wad of paper was still in his hand, and he was about to fling it into the fire when a word caught his eye. He unrolled the paper. As he read it, his eyebrows went up, and his mouth pursed itself into an indescribable expression of whimsical enlightenment. Bunter, returning with the hot water, found his master transfixed, the paper in one hand and his socks in the other, and whistling a complicated passage of Bach under his breath. "Bunter," said his lordship, "I am, without exception, the biggest ass in Christendom. When a thing is close under my nose, I can't see it. I get a telescope and look for the explanation at Stapley. I deserve to be crucified upside down as a cure for anemia of the brain. Jerry! But naturally, of course, you rotten ass, isn't it obvious? Silly old blighter. Why couldn't he tell Myrbles or me?" Mr. Bunter advanced, the picture of respectful inquiry. Look at it, said Wimsey, with a hysterical squeak of laughter. Oh, Lord, stuck into the window frame for anybody to find. Just like Jerry. Signs his name to the business in letters a foot long, leaves it conspicuously about, and then goes away and is chivalrously silent. Mr. Bunter put the jug down upon the washstand in case of accident and took the paper. It was the missing letter from Tommy Freeborn. No doubt about it. There it was, the evidence which established the truth of Denver's evidence. More, which established his alibi for the night of the 13th. Not Cathcart. Denver, suggesting that the shooting party should return in October to Riddlesdale, where they had opened the grouse season in August. Denver, sneaking hurriedly out at 11:30 to walk 2 miles across the fields on a night when Farmer Grimethorpe had gone to buy machinery. Denver, carelessly plugging a rattling sash on a stormy night with an important letter bearing his title on it for all to see. Denver, padding back at 3 in the morning like a homing tomcat to fall over his guest's dead body by the conservatory. Denver, with his kind, stupid English gentleman ideas about honor, going obstinately off to prison rather than tell his solicitor where he had been. Denver, misleading them all into the wildest and most ingenious solutions of a mystery which now stood out clear as 7 sunbeams. Denver, whose voice the woman had thought she recognized on the memorable day when she flung herself into the arms of his brother. Denver, calmly setting in motion the enormous, creaking machinery of a trial by his noble peers in order to safeguard a woman's reputation. This very day, probably, a select committee of lords was sitting to inspect the journals of this house upon former trials of peers in criminal cases in order to bring the Duke of Denver to a speedy trial and to report to the House what they should think proper thereupon. There they were, moving that an address be presented to His Majesty by the Lords with white staves, to acquaint His Majesty of the date proposed for the trial, arranging for fitting up the Royal Gallery at Westminster, humbly requesting the attendance of a sufficient police force to keep clear the approaches leading to the house, petitioning His Majesty graciously to appoint a Lord High Steward, ordering, in sheep-like accordance with precedent, that all lords be summoned to attend in their robes, that every lord, in giving judgment, disclose his opinion upon his honor, laying his right hand upon his heart, that the sergeant-at-arms be within the house to make proclamations in the king's name for keeping silence, and so on and on unendingly. And there, jammed in the window sash was the dirty little bit of paper which, discovered earlier, would have made the whole monstrous ceremonial unnecessary. Wimsey's adventure in the bog had unsettled his nerves. He sat down on the bed and laughed, with the tears streaming down his face. Mr. Bunter was speechless. Speechlessly, he produced a razor, and to the end of his days, Wimsey never knew how or from whom he had so adequately procured it, and began to strop it thoughtfully upon the palm of his hand. Presently Wimsey pulled himself together and staggered to the window for a little cooling draught of moor air. As he did so, a loud hullabaloo smote his ear, and he perceived, in the courtyard below, Farmer Grimethorpe striding among his dogs. When they howled, he struck at them with a whip, and they howled again. Suddenly he glanced up at the window with an expression of such livid hatred that Wimsey stepped hurriedly back as though struck. While Bunter shaved him, he was silent. The interview before Lord Peter was a delicate one. The situation, however one looked at it, unpleasant. He was under a considerable debt of gratitude to his hostess. On the other hand, Denver's position was such that minor considerations really had to go to the wall. His lordship had, nevertheless, never felt quite such a cad as he did while descending the staircase at Grider's Hole. In the big farm kitchen he found a stout countrywoman stirring a pot of stew. He asked for Mr. Grimethorpe, and was told that he had gone out. "Can I speak to Mrs. Grimethorpe, please?" The woman looked doubtfully at him, wiped her hands on her apron, and, going into the scullery, shouted, "Mrs. Grimethorpe?" A voice replied from somewhere outside. "Gentleman wants to see the—" "Where is Mrs. Grimethorpe?" broke in Peter hurriedly. "Into Derry, I reckon." "I'll go to her there," said Wimsey, stepping briskly out. He passed through a stone-paved scullery and across a yard, in time to see Mrs. Grimethorpe emerging from a dark doorway opposite. Framed there, the cold sunlight just lighting upon her still dead-white face and heavy dark hair, she was more wonderful than ever. There was no trace of Yorkshire descent in the long, dark eyes and curled mouth. The curve of nose and cheekbones vouched for an origin immensely remote. Coming out of the darkness, she might have just risen from her far tomb in the pyramids, dropping the dry and perfumed grave bands from her fingers. Lord Peter pulled himself together. "Foreign," he said to himself, matter-of-factly. "Touch of Jew, perhaps, or Spanish, is it? Remarkable type. Don't blame Jerry. Couldn't live with Helen myself. Now for it." He advanced quickly. "Good morning," she said. "Are you better?" "Perfectly all right, thank you. Thanks to your kindness, which I do not know how to repay." "You will repay any kindness best by going at once," she answered in her remote voice. "My husband does not care for strangers, and 'twas unfortunate the way you met before." "I will go directly, but I must first beg for the favor of a word with you." He peered past her into the dimness of the dairy. "In here, perhaps?" "What do you want with me?" She stepped back, however, and allowed him to follow her in. "Mrs. Grimethorpe, I am placed in a most painful position. You know that my brother, the Duke of Denver, is in prison, awaiting his trial for a murder which took place on the night of October 13th. Her face did not change. "I have heard so." "He has, in the most decided manner, refused to state where he was between 11 and 3 on that night. His refusal has brought him into great danger of his life." She looked at him steadily. He feels bound in honor not to disclose his whereabouts, though I know that if he chose to speak, he could bring a witness to clear him. He seems to be a very honorable man. The cold voice wavered a trifle. Yes, undoubtedly. You will understand, however, that as his brother, I am naturally anxious to have the matter put in its proper light. I don't understand why you are telling me all this. I suppose, if the thing is disgraceful, he doesn't want it known. Obviously, but to us, to his wife and young son, and to his sister and myself, his life and safety are matters of the first importance. Of more importance than his honor? The secret is a disgraceful one, in a sense, and will give pain to his family. But it would be an infinitely greater disgrace that he should be executed for murder. The stigma in that case would involve all those who bear his name. The shame of the truth will, I fear, in this very unjust society of ours, rest more upon the witness to his alibi than upon himself. Can you, in that case, expect the witness to come forward? To prevent the condemnation of an innocent man? Yes, I think I may venture to expect even that. I repeat, why are you telling me all this? Because, Mrs. Grimethorpe, you know, even better than I, how innocent my brother is of this murder. Believe me, I am deeply distressed at having to say these things to you. I know nothing about your brother. Forgive me, that is not true. I know nothing, and surely, if the Duke will not speak, you should respect his reasons. I am not bound in any way. I am afraid I cannot help you. You are wasting time. If you cannot produce your missing witness, why do you not set about finding the real murderer? If you do so, you surely need not trouble about this alibi. Your brother's movements are his own business. I could wish, said Wimsey, you had not taken up this attitude. Believe me, I would have done all I could to spare you. I have been working hard to find, as you say, the real murderer, but with no success. The trial will probably take place at the end of the month. Her lips twitched a little at that, but she said nothing. I had hoped that with your help we might agree on some explanation, less than the truth, perhaps, but sufficient to clear my brother. As it is, I fear I shall have to produce the proof I hold, and let matters take their course. That, at last, struck under her guard. A dull flush crept up her cheeks. One hand tightened upon the handle of the churn where she had rested it. What do you mean by proof? I can prove that on the night of the 13th, my brother slept in the room I occupied last night, said Wimsey with calculated brutality. She winced. It is a lie. You cannot prove it. He will deny it. I shall deny it. He was not there? No. Then how did this come to be wedged in the sash of the bedroom window? At sight of the letter, she broke down, crumpling up in a heap against the table. The set lines of her face distorted themselves into a mere caricature of terror. No, no, no! It is a lie! God help me! Hush, said Wimsey peremptorily. Someone will hear you. He dragged her to her feet. Tell the truth, and we will see if we can find a way out. It is true. He was here that night? You know it. When did he come? At 12:15. Who let him in? He had the keys. When did he leave you? A little after 2. Yes, that fits in all right. 3/4 of an hour to go and 3/4 to come back. He stuck this into the window, I suppose, to keep it from rattling. There was a high wind. I was nervous. I thought every sound was my husband coming back." "Where was your husband?" "At Stapley." "Had he suspected this?" "Yes, for some time." "Since my brother was here in August?" "Yes, but he could get no proof. If he had had proof, he would have killed me. You have seen him. He is a devil." Wimsey was silent. The woman glanced fearfully at his face, and seemed to read there some hope, for she clutched him by the arm. "If you call me to give evidence," she said, "he will know. He will kill me. For God's sake, have pity. That letter is my death warrant. Oh, for the mother that bore you, have mercy upon me. My life is a hell, and when I die, I shall go to hell for my sin. Find some other way. You can, you must." Wimsey gently released himself. "Don't do that, Mrs. Grimethorpe. We might be seen. I am deeply sorry for you, and if I can get my brother out of this without bringing you in, I promise you I will. But you see the difficulty. Why don't you leave this man? He is openly brutal to you." She laughed. "Do you think he'd leave me alive while the law was slowly releasing me? Knowing him, do you think so?" Wimsey really did not think so. "I will promise you this, Mrs. Grimethorpe. I will do all I can to avoid having to use your evidence. But if there should be no other way, I will see that you have police protection from the moment that the subpoena is served on you." "And for the rest of my life?" "When you are once in London, we will see about freeing you from this man. No, if you call upon me, I am a lost woman. But you will find another way." "I will try, but I can promise nothing. I will do everything that is possible to protect you. If you care at all for my brother—" "I don't know. I am so horribly afraid. He was kind and good to me. He was so different. But I am afraid. I'm afraid." Wimsey turned. Her terrified eyes had seen the shadow cross the threshold. Grimethorpe was at the door, glowering in upon them. "Ah, Mr. Grimethorpe," exclaimed Wimsey cheerfully. "There you are. Awfully pleased to see you, and thank you, don't you know, for putting me up. I was just saying so to Mrs. Grimethorpe, and asking her to say good-bye to you for me. Must be off now, I'm afraid. Bunter and I are ever so grateful to the stout fellows who hauled us out of that pot of yours last night, if it is yours. Nasty damp thing to keep outside the front door, what? I'd like to thank 'em." "Dum good thing for unwelcome guests," said the man ferociously. "And thou'd better be off before I throws thee out." "I'm just off," said Peter. "Good-bye again, Mrs. Grimethorpe, and 1,000 thanks." He collected Bunter, rewarded his rescuers suitably, took an affectionate farewell of the enraged farmer, and departed, sore in body and desperately confused in mind. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Manon. That one word, my dear Watson, should have told me the whole story, had I been the ideal reasoner which you are so fond of depicting. Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes. "Thank God," said Parker. "Well, that settles it." "It does, and yet again it doesn't," retorted Lord Peter. He leaned back against the fat silk cushion in the sofa corner meditatively. "Of course, it's disagreeable having to give this woman away," said Parker, sensibly and pleasantly. "But these things have to be done." "I know. It's all simply awfully nice and all that. And Jerry, who's got the poor woman into this mess, has to be considered first. I know. And if we don't restrain Grimethorpe quite successfully, and he cuts her throat for her, it'll be simply rippin' for Jerry to think of all his life. Jerry, I say, what frightful idiots we were not to see the truth right off. I mean, of course, my sister-in-law is an awfully good woman and all that, but Mrs. Grimethorpe, phew! I told you about the time she mistook me for Jerry. One crowded split second of glorious all-overishness. I ought to have known then. Our voices are alike, of course, and she couldn't see in that dark kitchen. I don't believe there's any ounce of feeling left in the woman, except sheer terror. But, ye gods, what eyes and skin! Well, never mind. Some undeserving fellows have all the luck. Have you got any really good stories? No? Well, I'll tell you some. Enlarge your mind and all that. Do you know the rhyme about the young man at the War Office? Mr. Parker endured 5 stories with commendable patience, and then suddenly broke down. "Hooray!" said Wimsey. "Splendid man! I love to see you melt into a refined snigger from time to time. I'll spare you the really outrageous one about the young housewife and the traveller in bicycle pumps. Charles, I really should like to know who did Cathcart in. Legally, it's enough to prove Jerry innocent, but Mrs. Grimethorpe or no Mrs. Grimethorpe, it doesn't do us credit in a professional capacity. The father weakens, but the governor is fixed. That is, as a brother I'm satisfied, I may say light-hearted, but as a sleuth I am cast down, humiliated, thrown back upon myself, a lodge in a garden of cucumbers. Besides, of all defenses, an alibi is the most awkward to establish, unless a number of independent and disinterested witnesses combine to make it thoroughly airtight. If Jerry sticks to his denial, the most they can be sure of is that either he or Mrs. Grimethorpe is being chivalrous." "But you've got the letter." "Yes, but how are we going to prove that it came that evening? The envelope is destroyed. Fleming remembers nothing about it. Jerry might have received it days earlier, or it might be a complete fake. Who's to say that I didn't put it in the window myself and pretend to find it? After all, I'm hardly what you would call disinterested." "Bunter saw you find it." "He didn't, Charles. At that precise moment he was out of the room fetching the shaving water." "Oh, was he?" "Moreover, only Mrs. Grimethorpe can swear to what is really the important point, the moment of Jerry's arrival and departure. Unless he was at Grider's Hold before 12:30, at least, it's immaterial whether he was there or not." "Well," said Parker, "can't we keep Mrs. Grimethorpe up our sleeve, so to speak?" "Sounds a bit abandoned," said Lord Peter. "But we will keep her with pleasure, if you like." "And meanwhile," pursued Mr. Parker, unheeding, "do our best to find the actual criminal?" "Oh, yes," said Lord Peter. "That reminds me, I made a discovery at the lodge. At least, I think so. Did you notice that somebody had been forcing one of the study windows?" "No. Really?" "Yes. I found distinct marks. Of course, it was a long time after the murder, But there were scratches on the catch, all right, the sort of thing a penknife would leave. What fools we were not to make an examination at the time. Come to think of it, why should you have? Anyhow, I asked Fleming about it, and he said he did remember, now he came to think of it, that on the Thursday morning he'd found the window open, and couldn't account for it. And here's another thing. I've had a letter from my friend Tim Watchett. Here it is. My lord, about our conversation. I have found a man who was with the party in question at the Pig and Whistle on the night of the 13th ult. And he tells me that the party borrowed his bicycle, and same was found afterwards in the ditch where party was picked up with the handlebars bent and wheels buckled. Trusting to the continuance of your esteemed favour, Timothy Watchett. What do you think of that? Good enough to go on, said Parker. At least we are no longer hampered with horrible doubts. No, and though she's my sister, I must say that of all the blithering she-asses, Mary is the blitheringest. Taking up with that awful bounder to start with. She was jolly fine about it, said Mr. Parker, getting rather red in the face. It's just because she's your sister that you can't appreciate what a fine thing she did. How should a big, chivalrous nature like hers see through a man like that? She's so sincere and thorough herself, she judges everyone by the same standard. She wouldn't believe anybody could be so thin and wobbly-minded as Goyle's, till it was proved to her. And even then she couldn't bring herself to think ill of him till he'd given himself away out of his own mouth. It was wonderful, the way she fought for him. Think what it must have meant to such a splendid, straightforward woman to— All right, cried Peter, who had been staring at his friend, transfixed with astonishment. Don't get worked up. I believe you. Spare me. I'm only a brother. All brothers are fools. All lovers are lunatics. Shakespeare says so. Do you want Mary, old man? You surprise me. But I believe brothers always are surprised. Bless you, dear children. Damn it all, Wimsey, said Parker, very angry. You've no right to talk like that. I only said how greatly I admired your sister. Everyone must admire such pluck and staunchness. You needn't be insulting. I know she's Lady Mary Wimsey, and damnably rich, and I'm only a common police official with nothing a year and a pension to look forward to. But there's no need to sneer about it. I'm not sneering, retorted Peter indignantly. I can't imagine why anybody should want to marry my sister, but you're a friend of mine, and a damn good sort, and you've my good word for what it's worth. Besides, dash it all, man, to put it on the lowest grounds, do look what it might have been. A socialist conchi of neither bowels nor breeding, or a card-sharping dark horse with a mysterious past. Mother and Jerry must have got to the point where they'd welcome a decent, God-fearing plumber, let alone a policeman. Only thing I'm afraid of is that Mary, having such beastly bad taste in blokes, won't know how to appreciate a really decent fellow like you, old son. Mr. Parker begged his friend's pardon for his unworthy suspicions, and they sat a little time in silence. Parker sipped his port and saw unimaginable visions warmly glowing in its rosy depths. Wimsey pulled out his pocket-book and began idly turning over its contents, throwing old letters into the fire, unfolding and refolding memoranda, and reviewing a miscellaneous series of other people's visiting cards. He came at length to the slip of blotting paper from the study at Riddlesdale, to whose fragmentary markings he had since given scarcely a thought. Presently Mr. Parker, finishing his port and recalling his mind with an effort, remembered that he had been meaning to tell Peter something before the name of Lady Mary had driven all other thoughts out of his head. He turned to his host, open-mouthed for speech, but his remark never got beyond the preliminary click, like that of a clock about to strike. For even as he turned, Lord Peter brought his fist down on the little table with a bang that made the decanters ring, and cried out in the loud voice of complete and sudden enlightenment, "Manon Lescaut!" "Eh?" said Mr. Parker. "Boil my brains," said Lord Peter. "Boil 'em and mash 'em and serve 'em up with butter as a dish of turnips, for it's damn well all they're fit for. Look at me." Mr. Parker scarcely needed this exhortation. "Here we've been worryin' over Jerry and worryin' over Mary and huntin' for Goyleses and Grimethorpes and God knows who, and all the time I'd got this little bit of paper tucked away in my pocket. The blot upon the paper's rim a blotted paper was to him, and it was nothing more. But Manon, Manon! Charles, if I'd had the grey matter of a woodlouse, that book ought to have told me the whole story. And think what we'd have been saved." "I wish you wouldn't be so excited," said Parker. "I'm sure it's perfectly splendid for you to see your way so clearly, but I never read Manon Lescaut, and you haven't shown me the blotting paper, and I haven't the foggiest idea what you've discovered." Lord Peter passed the relic over without comment. "I observe," said Parker, "that the paper is rather crumpled and dirty, and smells powerfully of tobacco and Russian leather, and deduce that you've been keeping it in your pocketbook." "No," said Wimsey incredulously. "And when you actually saw me take it out? Holmes, how do you do it?" "At one corner," pursued Parker, "I see two blots, one rather larger than the other. I think someone must have shaken a pen there. Is there anything sinister about the blot?" "I haven't noticed anything." "Some way below the blots the Duke has signed his name 2 or 3 times, or rather his title. The inference is that his letters were not to intimates. The inference is justifiable, I fancy. Colonel Marchbanks has a neat signature." "He can hardly mean mischief," said Peter. "He signs his name like an honest man. Proceed." "There's a sprawly message about 5 something of fine something. Do you see anything occult there?" "The number 5 may have a cabalistic meaning, but I admit I don't know what it is. There are 5 senses, 5 fingers, 5 great Chinese precepts, 5 books of Moses, to say nothing of the mysterious entities hymned in the Dilly song. 5 are the flamboys under the pole. I must admit that I have always panted to know what the 5 flamboys were, but not knowing, I get no help from it in this case." "Well, that's all, except a fragment consisting of O.E. on one line and is F.O.U. below it." "What do you make of that?" "Is found, I suppose." "Do you?" "That seems the simplest interpretation. Or possibly his foul. There seems to have been a sudden rush of ink to the pen just there. Do you think it is his foul? Was the Duke writing about Cathcart's foul play? Is that what you mean?" "No, I don't make that of it. Besides, I don't think it's Jerry's writing." "Whose is it?" "I don't know, but I can guess." "And it leads somewhere?" "It tells the whole story." Oh, cough it up, Wimsey. Even Dr. Watson would lose patience. Tut, tut. Try the line above. Well, there's only O-E. Yes, well? Well, I don't know. Poet, poem, maneuver, Loeb edition, Citroën. Might be anything. Dunno about that. There aren't lashings of English words with O-E in them, and it's written so close it almost looks like a diphthong at that. Perhaps it isn't an English word. Exactly. Perhaps it isn't. Oh, I see. French? Ah, you're getting warm. Sœur, œuvre, œuf, bœuf. No, you were nearer the first time. Sœur, cœur? Cœur. Hold on a moment. Look at the scratch in front of that. Wait a bit. E-R, C-E-R. How about percer? I believe you're right. Percer le cœur. Yes, or percera le cœur. That's better. It seems to need another letter or two. And now your is found line. Fou. Who? I didn't say who, I said fou. I know you did. I said who. Who? Who is fou? Oh, is. By Jove. Je suis fou. À la bonne heure. And I suggest that the next words are de douleur, or something like that. They might be. Cautious beast. I say they are. Well, and suppose they are. It tells us everything. Nothing. Everything, I say. Think. This was written on the day Cathcart died. Now, who in the house would be likely to write these words? Percera le cœur, je suis fou de douleur. Take everybody. I know it isn't Jerry's fist, and he wouldn't use those expressions. Colonel or Mrs. Marchbanks? Not Pygmalion likely. Freddie couldn't write a passionate letter in French to save his life. No, of course not. It would have to be either Cathcart or Lady Mary. Rot. It couldn't be Mary. Why not? Not unless she changed her sex, you know. Of course not. It would have to be Je suis folle. Then Cathcart. Of course. He lived in France all his life. Consider his bank book. Consider... Look, Wimsey, we've been blind. Yes. And listen, I was going to tell you this. The Sûreté write me that they've traced one of Cathcart's bank notes. Where to? To a Monsieur François, who owns a lot of house property near the Étoile. And lets it out in appartement, no doubt. When's the next train? Bunter? My lord. Mr. Bunter hurried to the door at the call. The next boat train for Paris? 8:20, my lord, from Waterloo. We're going by it. How long? 20 minutes, my lord. Pack my toothbrush and call a taxi. Certainly, my lord. But, Wimsey, what light does it throw on Cathcart's murder? Did this woman... I've no time, said Wimsey hurriedly, but I'll be back in a day or two. Meanwhile, he hunted hastily in the bookshelf. Read this. He flung the book at his friend and plunged into his bedroom. At 11 o'clock, as a gap of dirty water disfigured with oil and bits of paper widened between the Normannia and the quay, while hardened passengers fortified their sea stomachs with cold ham and pickles, and the more nervous studied the body jackets in their cabins, while the harbour lights winked and swam right and left, and Lord Peter scraped acquaintance with a second-rate cinema actor in the bar, Charles Parker sat, with a puzzled frown, before the fire at 110A Piccadilly, making his first acquaintance with the delicate masterpiece of the Abbé Prévost. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The edge of the axe towards him. Scene 1. Westminster Hall. Enter, as to the Parliament, Bolingbroke, O'Merrill, Northumberland, Percy, Fitzwater, Surrey, the Bishop of Carlisle, the Abbot of Westminster, and another. Lord, herald, officers, and Bagot. Bolingbroke. Call forth Bagot. Now, Bagot, freely speak thy mind. What dost thou know of noble Gloucester's death? Who wrought it with the king, and who performed the bloody office of his timeless end? Bagot. Then set before my face the Lord O'Merrill. King Richard II. The historic trial of the Duke of Denver for murder opened as soon as Parliament reassembled after the Christmas vacation. The papers had leaderettes on Trial by his Peers, by a woman barrister, and The Privilege of Peers, Should It Be Abolished, by a student of history. The Evening Banner got into trouble for contempt by publishing an article entitled The Silken Rope, by an antiquarian, which was deemed to be prejudicial, and the Daily Trumpet, the Labour organ, inquired sarcastically why, when a peer was tried, the fun of seeing the show should be reserved to the few influential persons who could wangle tickets for the Royal Gallery. Mr. Murbles and Detective Inspector Parker, in close consultation, went about with preoccupied faces, while Sir Impey Biggs retired into a complete eclipse for 3 days, revolved about by Mr. Glibbery, K.C., Mr. Brownrigg Fortescue, K.C., and a number of lesser satellites. The schemes of the defense were kept dark indeed, the more so that they found themselves on the eve of the struggle deprived of their principal witness, and wholly ignorant whether or not he would be forthcoming with his testimony. Lord Peter had returned from Paris at the end of 4 days, and had burst in like a cyclone at Great Ormond Street. "I've got it," he said, "but it's touch and go. Listen." For an hour Parker had listened, feverishly taking notes. "You can work on that," said Wimsey. "Tell Murbles I'm off." His next appearance was at the American Embassy. The ambassador, however, was not there, having received a royal mandate to dine. Wimsey damned the dinner, abandoned the polite horn-rimmed secretaries, and leapt back into his taxi with a demand to be driven to Buckingham Palace. Here a great deal of insistence with scandalized officials produced first a higher official, then a very high official, and finally the American ambassador and a royal personage, while the meat was yet in their mouths. "Oh, yes," said the ambassador, "of course it can be done." "Surely, surely," said the personage genially. "We mustn't have any delay. Might cause an international misunderstanding, and a lot of paragraphs about Ellis Island. Terrible nuisance to have to adjourn the trial. Dreadful fuss, isn't it? Our secretaries are everlastingly bringing things along to our place to sign about extra policemen and seating accommodation. Good luck to you, Wimsey. Come and have something while they get your papers through. When does your boat go?" "Tomorrow morning, sir. I'm catching the Liverpool train in an hour, if I can." "You surely will," said the ambassador cordially, signing a note. "And they say the English can't hustle." So, with his papers all in order, his lordship set sail from Liverpool the next morning, leaving his legal representatives to draw up alternative schemes of defence. Then the peers, 2 by 2, in their order, beginning with the youngest baron. Garter, King of Arms, very hot and bothered, fussed unhappily around the 300 or so British peers who were sheepishly struggling into their robes, while the heralds did their best to line up the assembly and keep them from wandering away when once arranged. "Of all the farces," grumbled Lord Attenbury irritably. He was a very short, stout gentleman of a choleric countenance, and was annoyed to find himself next to the Earl of Strathgillen and Begg, an extremely tall, lean nobleman, with pronounced views on prohibition and the legitimation question. "I say, Attenbury," said a kindly brick-red peer, with 5 rows of ermine on his shoulder, "is it true that Wimsey hasn't come back? My daughter tells me she heard he'd gone to collect evidence in the States. Why the States?" "Dunno," said Attenbury, "but Wimsey's a dashed clever fellow. When he found those emeralds of mine, you know, I said—" "Your Grace, your Grace!" cried Rouge Dragon desperately, diving in. "Your Grace is out of line again." "Eh, what?" said the brick-faced peer. "Oh, damme! Must obey orders, I suppose, what?" and was towed away from the mere earls and pushed into position next to the Duke of Wiltshire, who was deaf, and a distant connection of Denver's on the distaff side. The royal gallery was packed. In the seats reserved below the bar for peeresses sat the Dowager Duchess of Denver, beautifully dressed and defiant. She suffered much from the adjacent presence of her daughter-in-law, whose misfortune it was to become disagreeable when she was unhappy, perhaps the heaviest curse that can be laid on man who is born to sorrow. Behind the imposing array of counsel, in full-bottomed wigs, in the body of the hall, were seats reserved for witnesses, and here Mr. Bunter was accommodated, to be called if the defence should find it necessary to establish the alibi. The majority of the witnesses being pent up in the King's robing room, gnawing their fingers and glaring at one another. On either side, above the bar, were the benches for the peers, each in his own right a judge both of fact and law, while on the high dais the great chair of state stood ready for the Lord High Steward. The reporters at their little table were beginning to fidget and look at their watches. Muffled by the walls and the buzz of talk, Big Ben dropped 11 slow notes into the suspense. A door opened. The reporters started to their feet. Counsel rose. Everybody rose. The Dowager Duchess whispered irrepressibly to her neighbour that it reminded her of the voice that breathed o'er Eden, and the procession streamed slowly in, lit by a shaft of wintry sunshine from the tall windows. The proceedings were opened by a proclamation of silence from the Sergeant-at-Arms, after which the Clerk of the Crown in Chancery, kneeling at the foot of the throne, presented the commission under the Great Seal to the Lord High Steward, who, finding no use for it, returned it with great solemnity to the Clerk of the Crown. The latter accordingly proceeded to read it at dismal and wearisome length, affording the assembly an opportunity of judging just how bad the acoustics of the chamber were. The Sergeant-at-Arms retorted with a great emphasis, "God save the King!" whereupon Garter, King of Arms, and the gentleman usher of the Black Rod, kneeling again, handed the Lord High Steward his staff of office. "So picturesque, isn't it?" said the Dowager. "Quite high church, you know." The certiorari and return followed in a long, sonorous rigmarole, which, starting with George V by the grace of God, called upon all the justices and judges of the Old Bailey, enumerated the Lord Mayor of London, the Recorder, and a quantity of assorted aldermen and justices, skipped back to our Lord the King, roamed about the city of London, counties of London and Middlesex, Essex, Kent, and Surrey, mentioned our late sovereign Lord King William IV, branched off to the Local Government Act 1888, lost its way in a list of treasons, murders, felonies, and misdemeanours, by whomsoever and in what manner soever done, committed, or perpetrated, and by whom or to whom, when, how, and after what manner, and of all other articles and circumstances concerning the premises, and every one of them, and any of them, in any manner whatsoever. And, at last, triumphantly, after reciting the names of the whole grand jury, came to the presentation of the indictment with a sudden brutal brevity. The jurors for our Lord the King upon their oaths present that the most noble and puissant Prince Gerald Christian Wimsey, Viscount St. George, Duke of Denver, a peer of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, on the 13th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1923, in the parish of Riddlesdale, in the county of Yorkshire, did kill and murder Denis Cathcart. After which, proclamation was made by the Sergeant-at-Arms for the gentleman usher of the Black Rod to call in Gerald Christian Wimsey, Viscount St. George, Duke of Denver, to appear at the bar to answer his indictment, who, being come to the bar, kneeled until the Lord High Steward acquainted him that he might rise. The Duke of Denver looked very small and pink and lonely in his blue serge suit, the only head uncovered among all his peers. But he was not without a certain dignity as he was conducted to the stool placed within the bar, which is deemed appropriate to noble prisoners, and he listened to the Lord High Steward's rehearsal of the charge with a simple gravity which became him very well. Then the said Duke of Denver was arraigned by the Clerk of the Parliaments in the usual manner, and asked whether he was guilty or not guilty, to which he pleaded not guilty. Whereupon Sir Wigmore Wrinching, the Attorney General, rose to open the case for the Crown. After the usual preliminaries, to the effect that the case was a very painful one, and the occasion a very solemn one, Sir Wigmore proceeded to unfold the story from the beginning. The quarrel, the shot at 3 a.m., the pistol, the finding of the body, the disappearance of the letter, and the rest of the familiar tale. He hinted, moreover, that evidence would be called to show that the quarrel between Denver and Cathcart had motives other than those alleged by the prisoner, and that the latter would turn out to have had good reason to fear exposure at Cathcart's hands. At which point the accused was observed to glance uneasily at his solicitor. The exposition took only a short time, and Sir Wigmore proceeded to call witnesses. The prosecution being unable to call the Duke of Denver, the first important witness was Lady Mary Wimsey. After telling about her relations with the murdered man, and describing the quarrel, "At 3 o'clock," she proceeded, "I got up and went downstairs." "In consequence of what did you do so?" inquired Sir Wigmore, looking round the court with the air of a man about to produce his great effect. In consequence of an appointment I had made to meet a friend. All the reporters looked up suddenly, like dogs expecting a piece of biscuit, and Sir Wigmore started so violently that he knocked his brief over upon the head of the clerk to the House of Lords, sitting below him. Indeed? Now, witness, remember, you are on your oath, and be very careful. What was it caused you to wake at 3 o'clock? I was not asleep. I was waiting for my appointment. And while you were waiting, did you hear anything? Nothing at all. Now, Lady Mary, I have here your deposition, sworn before the coroner. I will read it to you. Please listen very carefully. You say, at 3 o'clock I was wakened by a shot. I thought it might be poachers. It sounded very loud, close to the house. I went down to find out what it was. Do you remember making that statement? Yes, but it was not true. Not true? No. In the face of that statement, you still say that you heard nothing at 3 o'clock? I heard nothing at all. I went down because I had an appointment. My lords, said Sir Wigmore with a very red face, I must ask leave to treat this witness as a hostile witness. Sir Wigmore's fiercest onslaught, however, produced no effect, except a reiteration of the statement that no shot had been heard at any time. With regard to the finding of the body, Lady Mary explained that when she said, "Oh God, Gerald, you've killed him," she was under the impression that the body was that of the friend who had made the appointment. Here a fierce wrangle ensued as to whether the story of the appointment was relevant. The Lords decided that, on the whole, it was relevant, and the entire Goyles story came out, together with the information that Mr. Goyles was in court and could be produced. Eventually, with a loud snort, Sir Wigmore Winching gave up the witness to Sir Impey Biggs, who, rising suavely and looking extremely handsome, brought back the discussion to a point long previous. Forgive the nature of the question, said Sir Impey, bowing blandly, but will you tell us whether, in your opinion, the late Captain Cathcart was deeply in love with you? No, I am sure he was not. It was an arrangement for our mutual convenience. From your knowledge of his character, do you suppose he was capable of a very deep affection? I think he might have been, for the right woman. I should say he had a very passionate nature. Thank you. You have told us that you met Captain Cathcart several times when you were staying in Paris last February. Do you remember going with him to a jeweller's, Monsieur Briquet's, in Rue de la Paix? I may have done. I cannot exactly remember. The date to which I should like to draw your attention is the 6th. I could not say. Do you recognize this trinket? Here the green-eyed cat was handed to witness. No, I have never seen it before. Did Captain Cathcart ever give you one like it? Never. Did you ever possess such a jewel? I am quite positive I never did. My lords, I put in this diamond and platinum cat. Thank you, Lady Mary. James Fleming, being questioned closely as to the delivery of the post, continued to be vague and forgetful, leaving the court on the whole with the impression that no letter had ever been delivered to the Duke. Sir Wigmore, whose opening speech had contained sinister allusions to an attempt to blacken the character of the victim, smiled disagreeably, and handed the witness over to Sir Impey. The latter contented himself with extracting an admission that witness could not swear positively one way or the other, and passed on immediately to another point. "Do you recollect whether any letters came by the same post for any of the other members of the party?" "Yes, I took 3 or 4 into the billiard-room." "Can you say to whom they were addressed?" "There were several for Colonel Marchbanks, and one for Captain Cathcart." "Did Captain Cathcart open his letter there and then?" "I couldn't say, sir. I left the room immediately to take his Grace's letters to the study." "Now, will you tell us how the letters are collected for the post in the morning at the lodge?" "They are put into the post-bag, which is locked. His Grace keeps one key, and the post office has the other. The letters are put in through a slit in the top." "On the morning after Captain Cathcart's death, were the letters taken to the post as usual?" "Yes, sir." "By whom?" "I took the bag down myself, sir." "Had you an opportunity of seeing what letters were in it?" "I saw there was 2 or 3 there when the postmistress took 'em out of the bag, but I couldn't say who they was addressed to, or anything of that." "Thank you." Sir Wigmore Rinching here bounced up like a very irritable jack-in-the-box. "Is this the first time you have mentioned this letter which you say you delivered to Captain Cathcart on the night of his murder?" "My lords," cried Sir Impey, "I protest against this language. We have as yet had no proof that any murder was committed." This was the first indication of the line of defence which Sir Impey proposed to take, and caused a little rustle of excitement. "My lords," went on counsel, replying to a question of the Lord High Steward, "I submit that so far there has been no attempt to prove murder, and that, until the prosecution have established the murder, such a word cannot properly be put into the mouth of a witness." "Perhaps, Sir Wigmore, it would be better to use some other word?" "It makes no difference to our case, my lord. I bow to your lordship's decision. Heaven knows that I would not seek, even by the lightest or most trivial word, to hamper the defence on so serious a charge." "My lords," interjected Sir Impey, "if the learned Attorney General considers the word murder to be a triviality, it would be interesting to know to what words he does attach importance." "The learned Attorney General has agreed to substitute another word," said the Lord High Steward, soothingly, and nodding to Sir Wigmore to proceed. Sir Impey, having achieved his purpose of robbing the Attorney General's onslaught on the witness of some of its original impetus, sat down, and Sir Wigmore repeated his question. "I mentioned it first to Mr. Murbles about 3 weeks ago." "Mr. Murbles is the solicitor for the accused, I believe?" "Yes, sir." "And how was it," inquired Sir Wigmore ferociously, settling his pince-nez on his rather prominent nose, and glowering at the witness, "that you did not mention this letter at the inquest, or at the earlier proceedings in the case?" "I wasn't asked about it, sir." "What made you suddenly decide to go and tell Mr. Murbles about it?" "He asked me, sir." "Oh, he asked you. And you conveniently remembered it when it was suggested to you?" "No, sir. I remembered it all the time. That is to say, I hadn't given any special thought to it, sir." "Oh, you remembered it at the time, though you hadn't given any thought to it. Now I put it to you that you had not remembered about it at all till it was suggested to you by Mr. Murbles." "Mr. Murbles didn't suggest nothing, sir. He asked me whether any other letters came by that post, and then I remembered it." "Exactly. When it was suggested to you, you remembered it, and not before." "No, sir. That is, if I'd been asked before, I should have remembered it and mentioned it, but not being asked, I didn't think it would be of any importance, sir." "You didn't think it of any importance that this man received a letter a few hours before his decease?" "No, sir. I reckoned if it had been of any importance, the police would have asked about it, sir." "Now, James Fleming, I put it to you again that it never occurred to you that Captain Cathcart might have received a letter the night he died, till the idea was put into your head by the defence." The witness, baffled by this interrogative negative, made a confused reply, and Sir Wigmore, glancing round the house, as much as to say, "You see this shifty fellow," proceeded. "I suppose it didn't occur to you either to mention to the police about the letters in the post-bag?" "No, sir." "Why not?" "I didn't think it was my place, sir." "Did you think about it at all?" "No, sir." "Do you ever think?" "No, yes, sir." "Then will you please think what you are saying now?" "Yes, sir." "You say that you took all these important letters out of the house without authority and without acquainting the police?" "I had my orders, sir." "From whom?" "They was his Grace's orders, sir." "Ah, his Grace's orders. When did you get that order?" "It was part of my regular duty, sir, to take the bag to the post each morning." "And did it not occur to you that in a case like this the proper information of the police might be more important than your orders?" "No, sir." Sir Wigmore sat down with a disgusted look, and Sir Impey took the witness in hand again. "Did the thought of this letter delivered to Captain Cathcart never pass through your mind between the day of the death and the day when Mr. Murbles spoke to you about it?" "Well, it did pass through my mind, in a manner of speaking, sir." "When was that?" "Before the grand jury, sir." "And how was it you didn't speak about it then?" "The gentleman said I was to confine myself to the questions, and not say nothing on my own, sir." "Who was this very peremptory gentleman?" "The lawyer that came down to ask questions for the Crown, sir." "Thank you," said Sir Impey smoothly, sitting down and leaning over to say something, apparently of an amusing nature, to Mr. Glibbery. The question of the letter was further pursued in the examination of the Honourable Freddy. Sir Wigmore Wynching laid great stress upon this witness's assertion that deceased had been in excellent health and spirits when retiring to bed on the Wednesday evening, and had spoken of his approaching marriage. "He seemed particularly cheerio, you know," said the Honourable Freddy. "Particularly what?" inquired the Lord High Steward. "Cheerio, my lord," said Sir Wigmore with a deprecatory bow. "I do not know whether this is a dictionary word," said his lordship, entering it upon his notes with meticulous exactness, "but I take it to be synonymous with cheerful." The Honourable Freddy, appealed to, said he thought he meant more than just cheerful, more merry and bright, you know. "May we take it that he was in exceptionally lively spirits?" suggested counsel. "Take it in any spirit you like," muttered the witness, adding more happily, Take a peg of John Begg." "The deceased was particularly lively and merry when he went to bed," said Sir Wigmore, frowning horribly, "and looking forward to his marriage in the near future. Would that be a fair statement of his condition?" The Honourable Freddy agreed to this. Sir Impey did not cross-examine as to witness's account of the quarrel, but went straight to his point. "Do you recollect anything about the letters that were brought in the night of the death?" "Yes, I had one from my aunt. The Colonel had some, I fancy, and there was one for Cathcart." "Did Captain Cathcart read his letter there and then?" "No, I'm sure he didn't. You see, I opened mine, and then I saw he was shoving his away in his pocket, and I thought—" "Never mind what you thought," said Sir Impey. "What did you do?" "I said, 'Excuse me, you don't mind, do you?' And he said, 'Not at all,' but he didn't read his, and I remember thinking, 'We can't have that, you know,'" said the Lord High Steward. "But that's why I'm so sure he didn't open it," said the Honourable Freddy, hurt. "You see, I said to myself at the time what a secretive fellow he was, and that's how I know." Sir Wigmore, who had bounced up with his mouth open, sat down again. "Thank you, Mr. Arbuthnot," said Sir Impey, smiling. Colonel and Mrs. Marchbanks testified to having heard movements in the Duke's study at 11:30. They had heard no shot or other noise. There was no cross-examination. Mr. Pettigrew Robinson gave a vivid account of the quarrel, and asserted very positively that there could be no mistaking the sound of the Duke's bedroom door. "We were then called up by Mr. Arbuthnot at a little after 3 a.m., proceeded witness, and went down to the conservatory, where I saw the accused and Mr. Arbuthnot washing the face of the deceased. I had pointed out to them what an unwise thing it was to do this, as they might be destroying valuable evidence for the police. They paid no attention to me. There were a number of footmarks round about the door which I wanted to examine, because it was my theory that—" "My lords," cried Sir Impey, "we really cannot have this witness's theory." "Certainly not," said the Lord High Steward. "Answer the questions, please, and don't add anything on your own account." "Of course," said Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, "I don't mean to imply that there was anything wrong about it, but I considered—" "Never mind what you considered. Attend to me, please. When you first saw the body, how was it lying?" "On its back, with Denver and Arbuthnot washing its face. It had evidently been turned over, because—" "Sir Wigmore," interposed the Lord High Steward, "you really must control your witness." "Kindly confine yourself to the evidence," said Sir Wigmore, rather heated. "We do not want your deductions from it. You say that when you saw the body it was lying on its back. Is that correct?" "And Denver and Arbuthnot were washing it." "Yes. Now I want to pass to another point. Do you remember an occasion when you lunched at the Royal Automobile Club?" "I do. I lunched there one day in the middle of last August. I think it was about the 16th or 17th. Will you tell us what happened on that occasion?" "I had gone into the smoking-room after lunch, and was reading in a high-backed armchair, when I saw the prisoner at the bar come in with the late Captain Cathcart. That is to say, I saw them in the big mirror over the mantelpiece. They did not notice there was anyone there, or they would have been a little more careful what they said, I fancy. They sat down near me and started talking, and presently Cathcart leaned over and said something in a low tone which I couldn't catch. The prisoner leapt up with a horrified face, exclaiming, "For God's sake, don't give me away, Cathcart. There'd be the devil to pay." Cathcart said something reassuring, I didn't hear what. He had a furtive sort of voice, and the prisoner replied, "Well, don't, that's all. I couldn't afford to let anybody get hold of it." The prisoner seemed greatly alarmed. Captain Cathcart was laughing. They dropped their voices again, and that was all I heard. "Thank you." Sir Impey took over the witness with a Belial-like politeness. "You are gifted with very excellent powers of observation and deduction, Mr. Pettigrew Robinson," he began, "and no doubt you like to exercise your sympathetic imagination in a scrutiny of people's motives and characters." "I think I may call myself a student of human nature," replied Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, much mollified. "Doubtless people are inclined to confide in you." "Certainly. I may say I am a great repository of human documents." "On the night of Captain Cathcart's death, your wide knowledge of the world was doubtless of great comfort and assistance to the family?" "They did not avail themselves of my experience, sir," said Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, exploding suddenly. "I was ignored completely. If only my advice had been taken at the time—" "Thank you, said Sir Impey, cutting short an impatient exclamation from the Attorney General, who thereupon rose and demanded, "If Captain Cathcart had had any secret or trouble of any kind in his life, you would have expected him to tell you about it?" "From any right-minded young man I might certainly have expected it," said Mr. Pettigrew Robinson, blusteringly, "but Captain Cathcart was disagreeably secretive. On the only occasion when I showed a friendly interest in his affairs, he was very rude indeed. He called me—" "That'll do," interposed Sir Wigmore hastily, the answer to the question not having turned out as he expected. "What the deceased called you is immaterial." Mr. Pettigrew Robinson retired, leaving behind him the impression of a man with a grudge, an impression which seemed to please Mr. Glibbery and Mr. Brownrigg Fortescue extremely, for they chuckled continuously through the evidence of the next two witnesses. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson had little to add to her previous evidence at the inquest. Miss Cathcart was asked by Sir Impey about Cathcart's parentage, and explained, with deep disapproval in her voice, that her brother, when an all too experienced and middle-aged man of the world, had nevertheless been entangled by an Italian singer of 19, who had contrived to make him marry her. 18 years later both parents had died. "No wonder," said Miss Cathcart, "with the rackety life they led," and the boy had been left to her care. She explained how Denis had always chafed at her influence, gone about with men she disapproved of, and eventually gone to Paris to make a diplomatic career for himself, since which time she had hardly seen him. An interesting point was raised in the cross-examination of Inspector Crakes. A penknife being shown him, he identified it as the one found on Cathcart's body. By Mr. Glibbery: "Do you observe any marks on the blade?" "Yes, there is a slight notch near the handle." "Might the mark have been caused by forcing back the catch of a window?" Inspector Crakes agreed that it might, but doubted whether so small a knife would have been adequate for such a purpose. The revolver was produced, and the question of ownership raised. "My lords," put in Sir Impey, We do not dispute the Duke's ownership of the revolver." The court looked surprised, and after Harddraw the gamekeeper had given evidence of the shot heard at 11:50, the medical evidence was taken. Sir Impey Biggs: Could the wound have been self-inflicted? It could, certainly. Would it have been instantly fatal? No. From the amount of blood found upon the path, it was obviously not immediately fatal. Are the marks found, in your opinion, consistent with deceased having crawled towards the house? Yes, quite. He might have had sufficient strength to do so. Would such a wound cause fever? It is quite possible. He might have lost consciousness for some time, and contracted a chill and fever by lying in the wet. Are the appearances consistent with his having lived for some hours after being wounded? They strongly suggest it. Re-examining, Sir Wigmore Wynching established that the wound and general appearance of the ground were equally consistent with the theory that deceased had been shot by another hand at very close quarters, and dragged to the house before life was extinct. In your experience, is it more usual for a person committing suicide to shoot himself in the chest or in the head? In the head is perhaps more usual. So much as almost to create a presumption of murder when the wound is in the chest? I would not go so far as that. But, other things being equal, you would say that a wound in the head is more suggestive of suicide than a body wound? That is so. Sir Impey Biggs: But suicide by shooting in the heart is not by any means impossible. Oh dear, no. There have been such cases? Oh, certainly, many such. There is nothing in the medical evidence before you to exclude the idea of suicide? Nothing whatever. This closed the case for the Crown. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bar falling. Copyright by Reuters, Press Association, Exchange, Telegraph, and Central News. When Sir Impey Biggs rose to make his opening speech for the defence on the second day, it was observed that he looked somewhat worried, a thing very unusual in him. His remarks were very brief, yet in those few words he sent a thrill through the great assembly. My lords, in rising to open this defence, I find myself in a more than usually anxious position. Not that I have any doubt of your lordship's verdict. Never, perhaps, has it been possible so clearly to prove the innocence of any accused person as in the case of my noble client. But I will explain to your lordships at once that I may be obliged to ask for an adjournment, since we are at present without an important witness and a decisive piece of evidence. My lords, I hold here in my hand a cablegram from this witness. I will tell you his name. It is Lord Peter Wimsey, the brother of the accused. It was handed in yesterday at New York. I will read it to you. He says, "Evidence secured. Leaving tonight with Air Pilot Grant. Sworn copy and depositions follow by SS Lucarnia in case accident. Hope arrive Thursday." My lords, at this moment, this all-important witness is cleaving the air high above the wide Atlantic. In this wintry weather, he is braving a peril which would appall any heart but his own, and that of the world-famous aviator whose help he has enlisted, so that no moment may be lost in freeing his noble brother from this terrible charge. My lords, the barometer is falling. An immense hush, like the stillness of a black frost, had fallen over the glittering benches. The lords in their scarlet and ermine, the peeresses in their rich furs, council in their full-bottomed wigs and billowing gowns, the Lord High Steward upon his high seat, the ushers and heralds and the gaudy kings of arms, rested rigid in their places. Only the prisoner looked across at his counsel and back to the Lord High Steward in a kind of bewilderment, and the reporters scribbled wildly and desperately stop-press announcements, lurid headlines, picturesque epithets, and alarming weather predictions to halt hurrying London on its way. Peer's son flies Atlantic. Brother's devotion. Will Wimsey be in time? Riddlesdale murder charge. Amazing development. This was news. 1,000,000 tape machines ticked it out in offices and clubs, where clerks and messenger boys gloated over it and laid wagers on the result. The thousands of monster printing presses sucked it in, boiled it into lead, champed it into slugs, engulfed it in their huge maws, digested it to paper, and flapped it forth again with clutching talons. And a blue-nosed, ragged veteran, who had once assisted to dig Major Wimsey out of a shell-hole near Caudry, muttered, "God help him, he's a real decent little blighter," as he tucked his newspapers into the iron grill of a tree in Kingsway and displayed his placard to the best advantage. After a brief statement that he intended not merely to prove his noble client's innocence, but, as a work of supererogation, to make clear every detail of the tragedy, Sir Impey Biggs proceeded without further delay to call his witnesses. Among the first was Mr. Goyles, who testified that he had found Cathcart already dead at 3 a.m., with his head close to the water trough which stood near the well. Ellen, the maid-servant, next confirmed James Fleming's evidence with regard to the post-bag, and explained how she changed the blotting paper in the study every day. The evidence of Detective Inspector Parker aroused more interest and some bewilderment. His description of the discovery of the green-eyed cat was eagerly listened to. He also gave a minute account of the footprints and marks of dragging, especially the imprint of a hand in the flower-bed. The piece of blotting paper was then produced, and photographs of it circulated among the peers. A long discussion ensued on both these points, Sir Impey Biggs endeavouring to show that the imprint on the flower-bed was such as would have been caused by a man endeavouring to lift himself from a prone position, Sir Wigmore Wrinching doing his best to force an admission that it might have been made by deceased in trying to prevent himself from being dragged along. The position of the fingers being towards the house appears, does it not, to negative the suggestion of dragging, suggested Sir Impey. Sir Wigmore, however, put it to the witness that the wounded man might have been dragged head foremost. "If now," said Sir Wigmore, I were to drag you by the coat-collar, my lords will grasp my contention." "It appears," observed the Lord High Steward, "to be a case for solvitur ambulando." Laughter. "I suggest that when the House rises for lunch, some of us should make the experiment, choosing a member of similar height and weight to the deceased." All the noble lords looked round at one another to see which unfortunate might be chosen for the part. Inspector Parker then mentioned the marks of forcing on the study window. "In your opinion, could the catch have been forced back by the knife found on the body of the deceased?" "I know it could, for I made the experiment myself with a knife of exactly similar pattern." After this, the message on the blotting paper was read backwards and forwards, and interpreted in every possible way, the defence insisting that the language was French, and the words "Je suis fou de douleur," the prosecution scouting the suggestion as far-fetched, and offering an English interpretation, such as "is found," or "his foul." A handwriting expert was then called, who compared the handwriting with that of an authentic letter of Cathcart's, and was subsequently severely handled by the prosecution. These knotty points being left for the consideration of the noble lords, the defence then called a tedious series of witnesses. The manager of Cox's and M. Turgot of the Crédit Lyonnais, who went with much detail into Cathcart's financial affairs, the concierge and Madame Leblanc from the Rue Saint-Honoré, and the noble lords began to yawn, with the exception of a few of the soap-and-pickle lords, who suddenly started to make computations in their notebooks, and exchanged looks of intelligence, as from one financier to another. Then came M. Briquet, the jeweller from the Rue de la Paix, and the girl from his shop, who told the story of the tall, fair, foreign lady, and the purchase of the green-eyed cat, whereat everybody woke up. After reminding the assembly that this incident took place in February, when Cathcart's fiancé was in Paris, Sir Impey invited the jeweller's assistant to look round the house and tell them if she saw the foreign lady. This proved a lengthy business, but the answer was finally in the negative. "I do not want there to be any doubt about this," said Sir Impey, "and with the learned Attorney General's permission, I am now going to confront this witness with Lady Mary Wimsey." Lady Mary was accordingly placed before the witness, who replied immediately and positively, "No, this is not the lady. I have never seen this lady in my life. There is the resemblance of height and colour and the hair bobbed, but there is nothing else at all, not the least in the world. It is not the same type at all. Mademoiselle is a charming English lady, and the man who marries her will be very happy. But the other was belle à se suicider, a woman to kill, suicide oneself, or send all to the devil for. And believe me, gentlemen," with a wide smile to her distinguished audience, "we have the opportunity to see them in my business." There was a profound sensation as this witness took her departure, and Sir Impey scribbled a note and passed it down to Murbles. It contained one word: magnificent. Mr. Murbles scribbled back: "Never said a word to her. Can you beat it?" and leaned back in his seat, smirking like a very neat little grotesque from a Gothic corbel. The witness who followed was Professor Hébert, a distinguished exponent of international law, who described Cathcart's promising career as a rising young diplomat in Paris before the war. He was followed by a number of officers who testified to the excellent war record of the deceased. Then came a witness who gave the aristocratic name of Dubois-Gobéhoudin, who perfectly recollected a very uncomfortable dispute on a certain occasion when playing cards with le Capitaine Cathcart, and having subsequently mentioned the matter to Monsieur Thomas Freeborn, the distinguished English engineer. It was Parker's diligence that had unearthed this witness, and he looked across with an undisguised grin at the discomfited Sir Wigmore Wrinching. When Mr. Glibbery had dealt with all these, the afternoon was well advanced, and the Lord High Steward accordingly asked the Lords if it was their pleasure that the House be adjourned till the next day at 10:30 of the clock in the forenoon, and the Lords replying aye in a most exemplary chorus, the House was accordingly adjourned. A scurry of swift black clouds with ragged edges was driving bleakly westward as they streamed out into Parliament Square, and the seagulls screeched and wheeled inwards from the river. Charles Parker wrapped his ancient Burberry closely about him as he scrambled onto a bus to get home to Great Ormond Street. It was only one more drop in his cup of discomfort that the conductor greeted him with "Outside only," and rang the bell before he could get off again. He climbed to the top and sat there, holding his hat on. Mr. Bunter returned sadly to 110A Piccadilly, and wandered restlessly about the flat till 7 o'clock, when he came into the sitting-room and switched on the loudspeaker. "London calling," said the unseen voice impartially. "To L.O. calling. Here is the weather forecast. A deep depression is crossing the Atlantic, and a secondary is stationary over the British Isles. Storms with heavy rain and sleet will be prevalent, rising to a gale in the south and southwest." "You never know," said Bunter. "I suppose I'd better light a fire in his bedroom." Further outlook, similar. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The second string. Oh, when he came to broken brigs, he bent his bow and swam, and when he came to the green grass growen, he slacked his shoon and ran. Oh, when he came to Lord William's gates, he bade not a chap na caw, but set his bent bow till his breast, and lightly lapped the wa. Ballad of Lady Maisry. Lord Peter peered out through the cold scurry of cloud. The thin struts of steel, incredibly fragile, swung slowly across the gleam and glint far below, where the wide country dizzied out and spread like a revolving map. In front, the sleek leather back of his companion humped stubbornly, sheeted with rain. He hoped that Grant was feeling confident. The roar of the engine drowned the occasional shout he threw to his passenger as they lurched from gust to gust. He withdrew his mind from present discomforts and went over that last strange, hurried scene. Fragments of conversation spun through his head. Mademoiselle, I have scoured 2 continents in search of you. Voyons, then it is urgent. But be quick, for the big bear may come in and be grumpy, and I do not like des histoires. There had been a lamp on a low table. He remembered the gleam through the haze of short gold hair. She was a tall girl, but slender, looking up at him from the huge black and gold cushions. Mademoiselle, it is incredible to me that you should ever dine or dance with a person called Van Humperdinck. Now, what had possessed him to say that, when there was so little time, and Jerry's affairs were of such importance? Monsieur Van Humperdinck does not dance. Did you seek me through 2 continents to say that? No, I am serious. Eh bien, sit down. She had been quite frank about it. Yes, poor soul. But life was very expensive since the war. I refused several good things, but always des histoires. And so little money. You see, one must be sensible. There is one's old age. It is necessary to be provident, eh? Assuredly. She had a little accent, very familiar. At first he could not place it. Then it came to him. Vienna before the war, that capital of incredible follies. Yes, I wrote. I was very kind, very sensible. I said, je ne suis pas femme à supporter de gros ennuis. Cela se comprend, n'est-ce pas? That was readily understood. The plane dived sickly into a sudden pocket, the propeller whirring helplessly in the void, then steadied and began to nose up the opposite spiral. I saw it in the papers, yes. Poor boy. Why should anybody have shot him? Mademoiselle, it is for that I have come to you. My brother, whom I dearly love, is accused of murder. He may be hanged. Brrr! For a murder he did not commit. Mon pauvre enfant! Mademoiselle, I implore you to be serious. My brother is accused, and will be standing his trial. Once her attention had been caught, she had been all sympathy. Her blue eyes had a curious and attractive trick, a full lower lid that shut them into glimmering slits. Mademoiselle, I implore you, try to remember what was in his letter. But, mon pauvre ami, how can I? I did not read it. It was very long, very tedious, full of histoire. The thing was finished. I never bother about what cannot be helped. Do you? But his real agony at this failure had touched her. Listen, then. All is perhaps not lost. It is possible the letter is still somewhere about. Or we will ask Adèle. She is my maid. She collects letters to blackmail people. Oh, yes, I know. But she is habile comme tout pour la toilette. Wait, we will look first. Tossing out letters, trinkets, endless perfumed rubbish from the little gimcrack secrétaire, from drawers full of lingerie. I am so untidy. I am Adèle's despair. From bags, hundreds of bags. And at last Adèle, thin-lipped and wary-eyed, denying everything till her mistress suddenly slapped her face in a fury and called her ugly little names in French and German. It is useless, then, said Lord Peter. What a pity that Mademoiselle Adèle cannot find a thing so valuable to me. The word valuable suggested an idea to Adèle. There was Mademoiselle's jewel case, which had not been searched. She would fetch it. C'est cela que cherche monsieur? After that, the sudden arrival of Mr. Cornelius Van Humperdinck, very rich and stout and suspicious, and the rewarding of Adèle in a tactful, unobtrusive fashion by the elevator shaft. Grant shouted, but the words flipped feebly away into the blackness and were lost. "What?" bawled Wimsey in his ear. He shouted again, and this time the word juice shot into sound and fluttered away. But whether the news was good or bad, Lord Peter could not tell. Mr. Murbles was aroused a little after midnight by a thunderous knocking upon his door. Thrusting his head out of the window in some alarm, he saw the porter, with his lantern, steaming through the rain, and behind him a shapeless figure, which for the moment Mr. Murbles could not make out. "What's the matter?" said the solicitor. "Young lady askin' urgently for you, sir." The shapeless figure looked up, and he caught the spangle of gold hair in the lantern light under the little tight hat. "Mr. Murbles, please come. Bunter rang me up. There's a woman come to give evidence. Bunter doesn't like to leave her. She's frightened. But he says it's frightfully important, and Bunter's always right, you know. Did he mention the name?" "Mrs. Grimethorpe." "God bless me! Just a moment, my dear young lady, and I will let you in." And indeed, more quickly than might have been expected, Mr. Murbles made his appearance in a Jaeger dressing-gown at the front door. "Come in, my dear. I will get dressed in a very few minutes. It was quite right of you to come to me. I'm very, very glad you did. What a terrible night! Perkins, would you kindly wake up Mr. Murphy and ask him to oblige me with the use of his telephone?" Mr. Murphy, a noisy Irish barrister with a hearty manner, needed no waking. He was entertaining a party of friends, and was delighted to be of service. "Is that you, Biggs? Murbles speaking. That Alibi—" "Yes." "Has come along of its own accord." "My God, you don't say so!" "Can you come round to 110A Piccadilly?" "Straight away." It was a strange little party gathered round Lord Peter's fire. The white-faced woman, who started at every sound, the men of law with their keen, disciplined faces, Lady Mary, Bunter the efficient. Mrs. Grimethorpe's story was simple enough. She had suffered the torments of knowledge ever since Lord Peter had spoken to her. She had seized an hour when her husband was drunk in the Lord in Glory, and had harnessed the horse and driven into Stapley. "I couldn't keep silence. It's better my man should kill me, for I'm unhappy enough, and maybe I couldn't be any worse off in the Lord's hand, rather than they should hang him for a thing he never done. He was kind, and I was desperate miserable, that's the truth. And I'm hoping his lady won't be hard on him when she knows it all." "No, no," said Mr. Murbles, clearing his throat. "Excuse me a moment, madam. Sir Impey?" The lawyers whispered together in the window-seat. "You see," said Sir Impey, "she has burnt her boats pretty well now by coming at all. The great question for us is it worth the risk? After all, we don't know what Wimsey's evidence amounts to." "No, that is why I feel inclined, in spite of the risk, to put this evidence in," said Mr. Murbles. "I am ready to take the risk," interposed Mrs. Grimethorpe starkly. "We quite appreciate that," replied Sir Impey. It is the risk to our client we have to consider first of all." "Risk?" cried Mary. "But surely this clears him." "Will you swear absolutely to the time when his Grace of Denver arrived at Grider's Hole, Mrs. Grimethorpe?" went on the lawyer, as though he had not heard her. "It was 12:15 by the kitchen clock. 'Tis a very good clock." "And he left you at—" "About 5 minutes past 2." "And how long would it take a man walking quickly to get back to Riddlesdale Lodge?" "Oh, well nigh an hour. It's rough walking, and a steep bank up and down to the beck." "You mustn't let the other counsel upset you on those points, Mrs. Grimethorpe, because they will try to prove that he had time to kill Cathcart, either before he started or after he returned, and by admitting that the Duke had something in his life that he wanted to keep secret, we shall be supplying the very thing the prosecution lack, a motive for murdering anyone who might have found him out." There was a stricken silence. "If I may ask, madam," said Sir Impey, "has any person any suspicion?" "My husband guessed," she answered hoarsely. "I am sure of it. He has always known, but he couldn't prove it. That very night—" "What night?" "The night of the murder. He laid a trap for me. He came back from Stapley in the night, hoping to catch us and do murder. But he drank too much before he started, and spent the night in the ditch. Or it might be Gerald's death you'd be inquiring into, and mine, as well as the other." It gave Mary an odd shock to hear her brother's name spoken like that, by that speaker, and in that company. She asked suddenly, apropos of nothing, "Isn't Mr. Parker here?" "No, my dear," said Mr. Murbles reprovingly. "This is not a police matter." "The best thing we can do, I think," said Sir Impey, "is to put in the evidence, and, if necessary, arrange for some kind of protection for this lady. In the meantime—" "She is coming round with me to mother," said Lady Mary determinedly. "My dear lady," expostulated Mr. Murbles, "that would be very unsuitable in the circumstances. I think you hardly grasp—" "Mother said so," retorted her ladyship. "Bunter, call a taxi." Mr. Murbles waved his hands helplessly, but Sir Impey was rather amused. "It's no good, Murbles," he said. "Time and trouble will tame an advanced young woman, but an advanced old woman is uncontrollable by any earthly force." So it was from the Dowager's town house that Lady Mary rang up Mr. Charles Parker to tell him the news. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Eloquent dead. Je connaissais Manon. Pourquoi m'affliger tant d'un malheur que j'avais dû prévoir? Manon Lescaut. The gale had blown itself out into a wonderful fresh day, with clear spaces of sky and a high wind rolling boulders of cumulus down the blue slopes of air. The prisoner had been wrangling for an hour with his advisers when finally they came into court, and even Sir Impey's classical face showed flushed between the wings of his wig. "I'm not going to say anything," said the Duke obstinately. "Rotten thing to do. I suppose I can't prevent you calling her if she insists on coming. Damn good of her. Makes me feel no end of a beast." "Better leave it at that," said Mr. Murbles. "Makes a good impression, you know. Let him go into the box, and behave like a perfect gentleman. They'll like it." Sir Impey, who had sat through the small hours altering his speech, nodded. The first witness that day came as something of a surprise. She gave her name and address as Eliza Briggs, known as Madame Brigitte of New Bond Street, and her occupation as beauty specialist and perfumer. She had a large and aristocratic clientele of both sexes and a branch in Paris. Deceased had been a client of hers in both cities for several years. He had massage and manicure. After the war, he had come to her about some slight scars caused by grazing with shrapnel. He was extremely particular about his personal appearance, and if you called that vanity in a man, you might certainly say he was vain. "Thank you." Sir Wigmore Wrinching made no attempt to cross-examine the witness, and the noble lords wondered to one another what it was all about. At this point, Sir Impey Biggs leaned forward, and, tapping his brief impressively with his forefinger, began. "My lords, so strong is our case that we had not thought it necessary to present an alibi, when an officer of the court rushed up from a little whirlpool of commotion by the door, and excitedly thrust a note into his hand. Sir Impey read, coloured, glanced down the hall, put down his brief, folded his hands over it, and said, in a sudden loud voice, which penetrated even to the deaf ear of the Duke of Wiltshire, "My lords, I am happy to say that our missing witness is here. I call Lord Peter Wimsey." Every neck was at once craned, and every eye focused on the very grubby and oily figure that came amiably trotting up the long room. Sir Impey Biggs passed the note down to Murbles, and, turning to the witness, who was yawning frightfully in the intervals of grinning at all his acquaintances, demanded that he should be sworn. The witness's story was as follows. "I am Peter Deathredden Wimsey, brother of the accused. I live at 110A Piccadilly. In consequence of what I read on that bit of blotting paper which I now identify, I went to Paris to look for a certain lady. The name of the lady is Mademoiselle Simone Vonderat. I found she had left Paris in company with a man named Van Humperdinck. I followed her, and at length came up with her in New York. I asked her to give me the letter Cathcart wrote on the night of his death. Sensation! I produced that letter, with Mademoiselle Vonderat's signature on the corner, so that it can be identified if Wiggy there tries to put it over you. Joyous sensation, in which the indignant protests of prosecuting counsel were drowned. And I'm sorry I've given you such short notice of this, old man, but I only got it the day before yesterday. We came as quick as we could, but we had to come down near Whitehaven with engine trouble, and if we had come down half a mile sooner, I shouldn't be here now." Applause, hurriedly checked by the Lord High Steward. "My lords," said Sir Impey, "your lordships are witnesses that I have never seen this letter in my life. I have no idea of its contents. Yet so positive am I that it cannot but assist my noble client's case, that I am willing, nay eager, to put in this document immediately as it stands, without perusal, to stand or fall by the contents. The handwriting must be identified as that of the deceased, interposed the Lord High Steward. The ravening pencils of the reporters tore along the paper. The lean young man who worked for the Daily Trumpet scented a scandal in high life and licked his lips, never knowing what a much bigger one had escaped him by a bare minute or so. Miss Lydia Cathcart was recalled to identify the handwriting, and the letter was handed to the Lord High Steward, who announced, "The letter is in French. We shall have to swear an interpreter." "You will find," said the witness suddenly, "that those bits of words on the blotting paper come out of that letter. You'll excuse my mentioning it." "Is this person put forward as an expert witness?" inquired Sir Wigmore witheringly. "Right-ho," said Lord Peter. "Only, you see, it has been rather sprung on Biggie, as you might say. Biggie and Wiggy were two pretty men. They went into court when the clock— Sir Impey, I must really ask you to keep your witness in order." Lord Peter grinned, and a pause ensued while an interpreter was fetched and sworn. Then, at last, the letter was read amid a breathless silence. Simone, je viens de recevoir ta lettre. Que dire? Inutile les prières ou les reproches. Tu ne comprendras. Tu ne liras même pas. N'ai-je pas toujours su, d'ailleurs, que tu devais infailliblement me trahir? Depuis 10 ans déjà, je souffre tous les tourments que puisse infliger la jalousie. Je comprends bien que tu n'as jamais voulu me faire de la peine. C'est tout justement cette insouciance, cette légèreté, cette façon séduisante d'être malhonnête que j'adorais en toi. J'ai tout su et je t'ai aimé. Ma foi, non, ma chère, jamais je n'ai eu la moindre illusion. Te rappelles-tu cette première rencontre un soir au casino? Tu avais 17 ans et tu étais jolie à ravir. Le lendemain, tu fus à moi. Tu m'as dit, si gentiment, que tu m'aimais bien et que j'étais, moi, le premier. Ma pauvre enfant, tu en as menti. Tu riais toute seule de ma naïveté. Il y avait bien de quoi rire. Dès notre premier baiser, j'ai prévu ce moment. Mais écoute, Simone, j'ai la faiblesse de vouloir te montrer exactement ce que tu as fait de moi. Tu regretteras peut-être un peu, mais non, si tu pouvais regretter quoi que ce fût, tu ne serais plus Simone. Il y a 10 ans, la veille de la guerre, j'étais riche. Moins riche que ton Américain, mais assez riche pour te donner l'établissement qu'il te fallait. Tu étais moins exigeante avant la guerre, Simone. Qui est-ce qui, pendant mon absence, t'a enseigné le goût du luxe? Charmante discrétion de ma part de ne jamais te le demander. Eh bien, une grande partie de ma fortune se trouvant placée en Russie et en Allemagne. J'en ai perdu plus des 3/4. Ce que m'en restait en France a beaucoup diminué en valeur. Il est vrai que j'avais mon traitement de capitaine dans l'armée britannique, mais c'est peu de choses, tu sais. Avant même la fin de la guerre, tu m'avais mangé toutes mes économies. C'était d'idiot, quoi. Un jeune homme qui a perdu les 3/4 de ses rentes ne se permet plus une maîtresse et un appartement avenue Kléber. Ou il congédie madame, ou bien il lui demande quelques sacrifices. Je n'ai rien osé demander. Si j'étais venu un jour te dire « Simone, je suis pauvre », que m'aurais-tu répondu? Sais-tu ce que j'ai fait? Non, tu n'as jamais pensé à demander d'où venait cet argent. Qu'est-ce que cela pouvait te faire que j'ai tout jeté, fortune, honneur, bonheur, pour te posséder? J'ai joué désespérément, éperdument. J'ai fait pis, j'ai triché au jeu. Je te vois oser les épaules, tu ris, tu dis « Tiens, c'est malin ça !» Oui, mais cela ne se fait pas. On m'aurait chassé du régiment. Je devenais le dernier des hommes. D'ailleurs, cela ne pouvait durer. Déjà, un soir à Paris, on m'a fait une scène désagréable, bien qu'on n'ait rien pu prouver. C'est alors que je me suis fiancé avec cette demoiselle dont je te parlais, la fille du duc anglais. Le beau projet, quoi. Entretenir ma maîtresse avec l'argent de ma femme. Et je l'aurais fait. Et je le ferai encore demain si c'était pour te reposséder. Mais tu me quittes. Cet Américain est riche, archi-riche. Depuis longtemps, tu me répètes que ton appartement est trop petit et que tu t'ennuies à mourir. Cet ami bienveillant t'offre les autos, les diamants, les 1001 nuits, la lune. Auprès de ces merveilles, évidemment, que valent l'amour et l'honneur. Enfin, le bon duc est d'une stupidité très commode. Il laisse traîner son revolver dans le tiroir de son bureau. D'ailleurs, il vient de me demander une explication à propos de cette histoire des cartes. Tu vois qu'en tout cas, la partie était finie. Pourquoi t'en vouloir? On mettra sans doute mon suicide au compte de cet exposé. Tant mieux, je ne veux pas qu'on affiche mon histoire amoureuse dans les journaux. Adieu, ma bien-aimée, mon adorée, ma Simone. Sois heureuse avec ton nouvel amant. Pense plus à moi. Qu'est-ce que tout cela peut bien te faire? Mon Dieu, comme je t'ai aimé, comme je t'aime toujours malgré moi. Mais c'est fini. Jamais plus tu ne me perceras le cœur. Oh, j'enrage. Je suis fou de douleur. Adieu. Translation. Simon, I have just got your letter. What am I to say? It is useless to entreat or reproach you. You would not understand, or even read the letter. Besides, I always knew you must betray me some day. I have suffered a hell of jealousy for the last 10 years. I know perfectly well you never meant to hurt me. It was just your utter lightness and carelessness and your attractive way of being dishonest, which was so adorable. I knew everything and loved you all the same. Oh, no, my dear, I never had any illusions. You remember our first meeting that night at the casino? You were 17 and heartbreakingly lovely. You came to me the very next day. You told me very prettily that you loved me and that I was the first. My poor little girl, that wasn't true. I expect when you were alone you laughed to think I was so easily taken in. But there was nothing to laugh at. From our very first kiss, I foresaw this moment. I'm afraid I'm weak enough, though, to want to tell you just what you have done for me. You may be sorry, but no, if you could regret anything, you wouldn't be Simon any longer. 10 years ago, before the war, I was rich. Not so rich as your new American, but rich enough to give you what you wanted. You didn't want quite so much before the war, Simon. Who taught you to be so extravagant while I was away? I think it was very nice of me never to ask you. Well, most of my money was in Russian and German securities, and more than 3/4 of it went west. The remainder, in France, went down considerably in value. I had my captain's pay, of course, but that didn't amount to much. Even before the end of the war, you had managed to get through all my savings. Of course, I was a fool. A young man whose income has been reduced by 3/4 can't afford an expensive mistress and a flat in the Avenue Kléber. He ought either to dismiss the lady or to demand a little self-sacrifice. But I didn't dare demand anything. Suppose I had come to you one day and said, "Simone, I've lost my money." What would you have said to me? What do you think I did? I don't suppose you ever thought about it at all. You didn't care if I was chucking away my money and my honor and my happiness to keep you. I gambled desperately. I did worse. I cheated at cards. I can see you shrug your shoulders and say, "Good for you." But it's a rotten thing to do, a rotter's game. If anybody had found out, they'd have cashiered me. Besides, it couldn't go on forever. There was one row in Paris, though they couldn't prove anything. So then I got engaged to the English girl I told you about, the Duke's daughter. Pretty, wasn't it? I actually brought myself to consider keeping my mistress on my wife's money. But I'd have done it, and I'd do it again to get you back. And now you've chucked me. This American is colossally rich. For a long time you've been dinning into my ears that the flat is too small and that you're bored to death. Your good friend can offer you cars, diamonds, Aladdin's palace, the moon. I admit that love and honor look pretty small by comparison. Ah, well, the Duke is most obligingly stupid. He leaves his revolver about in his desk drawer. Besides, he's just been in to ask what about this card-sharping story. So, you see, the game's up anyhow. I don't blame you. I suppose they'll put my suicide down to fear of exposure. All the better. I don't want my love affairs in the Sunday press. Goodbye, my dear. Oh, Simone, my darling, goodbye. Be happy with your new lover. Never mind me. What does it all matter? My God, how I loved you, and how I still love you in spite of myself. It's all done with. You'll never break my heart again. I'm mad with misery. Goodbye. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The speech for the defense. Nobody. I myself. Farewell. Othello. After the reading of Cathcart's letter, even the appearance of the prisoner in the witness box came as an anticlimax. In the face of the Attorney General's cross-examination, he maintained stoutly that he had wandered on the moor for several hours without meeting anybody, though he was forced to admit that he had gone downstairs at 11:30 and not at 2:30, as he had stated at the inquest. Sir Wigmore Wrinching made a great point of this, and in a spirited endeavour to suggest that Cathcart was blackmailing Denver, pressed his questions so hard that Sir Impey Biggs, Mr. Murbles, Lady Mary, and Bunter had a nervous feeling that learned counsel's eyes were boring through the walls to the side-room, where, apart from the other witnesses, Mrs. Grimethorpe sat waiting. After lunch, Sir Impey Biggs rose to make his plea for the defence. "My lords, your lordships have now heard, and I, who have watched and pleaded here for these 3 anxious days, know with what eager interest and with what ready sympathy you have heard the evidence brought by my noble client to defend him against this dreadful charge of murder. You have listened while, as it were from his narrow grave, the dead man has lifted his voice to tell you the story of that fatal night of the 13th of October. And I feel sure you can have no doubt in your hearts that that story is the true one. As your lordships know, I was myself totally ignorant of the contents of that letter until I heard it read in court just now, and by the profound impression it made upon my own mind, I can judge how tremendously and how painfully it must have affected your lordships. In my long experience at the criminal bar, I think I have never met with a history more melancholy than that of the unhappy young man whom a fatal passion, for here indeed we may use that well-worn expression in all the fullness of its significance, whom a truly fatal passion thus urged into deep after deep of degradation, and finally to a violent death by his own hand. The noble peer at the bar has been indicted before your lordships of the murder of this young man. That he is wholly innocent of the charge must, in the light of what we have heard, be so plain to your lordships that any words from me might seem altogether superfluous. In the majority of cases of this kind, the evidence is confused, contradictory. Here, however, the course of events is so clear, so coherent, that had we ourselves been present to see the drama unrolled before us, as before the all-seeing eye of God, we could hardly have a more vivid or a more accurate vision of that night's adventures. Indeed, had the death of Denis Cathcart been the sole event of the night, I will venture to say that the truth could never have been one single moment in doubt. Since, however, by a series of unheard-of coincidences, the threads of Denis Cathcart's story become entangled with so many others, I will venture to tell it once again from the beginning, lest, in the confusion of so great a cloud of witnesses, any point should still remain obscure. Let me then go back to the beginning. You have heard how Denis Cathcart was born of mixed parentage, from the union of a young and lovely southern girl with an Englishman 20 years older than herself, imperious, passionate, and cynical. Till the age of 18, he lives on the continent with his parents, travelling from place to place, seeing more of the world even than the average young Frenchman of his age, learning the code of love in a country where the crime passionnel is understood and forgiven, as it never can be over here. At the age of 18, a terrible loss befalls him. In a very short space of time, he loses both his parents, his beautiful and adored mother, and his father, who might, had he lived, have understood how to guide the impetuous nature which he had brought into the world. But the father dies, expressing 2 last wishes, both of which, natural as they were, turned out in the circumstances to be disastrously ill-advised. He left his son to the care of his sister, whom he had not seen for many years, with the direction that the boy should be sent to his own old university. My lords, you have seen Miss Lydia Cathcart and heard her evidence. You will have realized how uprightly, how conscientiously, with what Christian disregard of self, she performed the duty entrusted to her, and yet how inevitably she failed to establish any real sympathy between herself and her young ward. He, poor lad, missing his parents at every turn, was plunged at Cambridge into the society of young men of totally different upbringing from himself. To a young man of his cosmopolitan experience, the youth of Cambridge, with its sports and rags and naive excursions into philosophy o' nights, must have seemed unbelievably childish. You all, from your own recollections of your alma mater, can reconstruct Denis Cathcart's life at Cambridge, its outward gaiety, its inner emptiness. Ambitious of embracing a diplomatic career, Cathcart made extensive acquaintances among the sons of rich and influential men. From a worldly point of view, he was doing very well, and his inheritance of a handsome fortune at the age of 21 seemed to open up the path to very great success. Shaking the academic dust of Cambridge from his feet as soon as his tripos were passed, he went over to France, established himself in Paris, and began, in a quiet, determined kind of way, to carve out a little niche for himself in the world of international politics. But now comes into his life that terrible influence which was to rob him of fortune, honour, and life itself. He falls in love with a young woman of that exquisite, irresistible charm and beauty for which the Austrian capital is world famous. He is enthralled, body and soul, as utterly as any Chevalier de Grieux by Simone Vondera. Mark that in this matter he follows the strict continental code: complete devotion, complete discretion. You have heard how quietly he lived, how rangé he appeared to be. We have had in evidence his discreet banking account, with its generous cheques drawn to self, and cashed in notes of moderate denominations, and with its regular accumulation of sufficient economies quarter by quarter. Life has expanded for Denis Cathcart. Rich, ambitious, possessed of a beautiful and complaisant mistress, the world is open before him. Then, my lords, across this promising career there falls the thunderbolt of the great war, ruthlessly smashing through his safeguards, overthrowing the edifice of his ambition, destroying and devastating, here as everywhere, all that made life beautiful and desirable. You have heard the story of Denis Cathcart's distinguished army career. On that I need not dwell. Like thousands of other young men, he went gallantly through those 5 years of strain and disillusionment, to find himself left, in the end, with his life and health indeed, and so far happy beyond many of his comrades, but with his life in ruins about him. Of his great fortune, all of which had been invested in Russian and German securities, literally nothing is left to him. What, you say, did that matter to a young man so well equipped, with such excellent connections, with so many favourable openings ready to his hand? He needed only to wait quietly for a few years to reconstruct much of what he had lost. Alas, my lords, he could not afford to wait. He stood in peril of losing something dearer to him than fortune or ambition. He needed money in quantity and at once. My lords, in that pathetic letter which we have heard read, nothing is more touching and terrible than that confession: "I knew you could not but be unfaithful to me." All through that time of seeming happiness he knew, none better, that his house was built on sand. "I was never deceived by you," he says. From their earliest acquaintance she had lied to him, and he knew it. and that knowledge was yet powerless to loosen the bands of his fatal fascination. If any of you, my lords, have known the power of love exercised in this irresistible, I may say, this predestined manner, let your experience interpret the situation to you better than any poor words of mine can do. One great French poet and one great English poet have summed the matter up in a few words. Racine says of such a fascination, "C'est Vénus tout entière à sa proie attachée." And Shakespeare has put the lover's despairing obstinacy into two piteous lines. "If my love swears that she is made of truth, I will believe her, though I know she lies." My lords, Denis Cathcart is dead. It is not our place to condemn him, but only to understand and pity him. My lords, I need not put before you in detail the shocking shifts to which this soldier and gentleman unhappily condescended. You have heard the story in all its cold, ugly details upon the lips of M. Dubois-Gaubilhoudin, and accompanied by unavailing expressions of shame and remorse in the last words of the deceased. You know how he gambled, at first honestly, then dishonestly. You know from whence he derived those large sums of money which came at irregular intervals, mysteriously and in cash, to bolster up a bank account always perilously on the verge of depletion. We need not, my lords, judge too harshly of the woman. According to her own lights, she did not treat him unfairly. She had her interests to consider. While he could pay for her, she could give him beauty and passion and good humour and a moderate faithfulness. When he could pay no longer, she would find it only reasonable to take another position. This Cathcart understood. Money he must have, by hook or by crook, and so, by an inevitable descent, he found himself reduced to the final deep of dishonour. It is at this point, my lords, that Denis Cathcart and his miserable fortunes come into the life of my noble client and of his sister. From this point begin all those complications which led to the tragedy of October 14th, and which we are met in this solemn and historic assembly to unravel. About 18 months ago, Cathcart, desperately searching for a secure source of income, met the Duke of Denver, whose father had been a friend of Cathcart's father many years before. The acquaintance prospered, and Cathcart was introduced to Lady Mary, at that time, as she has very frankly told us, at a loose end, fed up and distressed by the dismissal of her fiancé, Mr. Goyles. Lady Mary felt the need of an establishment of her own, and accepted Denis Cathcart, with the proviso that she should be considered a free agent, living her own life in her own way, with the minimum of interference. As to Cathcart's object in all this, we have his own bitter comment, on which no words of mine could improve. "I actually brought myself to consider keeping my mistress on my wife's money." So matters go on until October of this year. Cathcart is now obliged to pass a good deal of his time in England with his fiancée, leaving Simone Vonderat unguarded in the Avenue Kléber. He seems to have felt fairly secure so far. The only drawback was that Lady Mary, with a natural reluctance to commit herself to the hands of a man she could not really love, had so far avoided fixing a definitive date for the wedding. Money is shorter than it used to be in the Avenue Kléber, and the cost of robes and millinery, amusements, and so forth, have not diminished. And meanwhile, Mr. Cornelius Van Humperdinck, the American millionaire, has seen Simone in the Bois, at the races, at the opera, in Denis Cathcart's flat. But Lady Mary is becoming more and more uneasy about her engagement, And at this critical moment Mr. Goyles suddenly sees the prospect of a position, modest but assured, which will enable him to maintain a wife. Lady Mary makes her choice. She consents to elope with Mr. Goyles, and by an extraordinary fatality, the day and hour selected are 3 a.m. on the morning of October 14th. At about 9:30 on the night of Wednesday, October 13th, the party at Riddlesdale Lodge are just separating to go to bed. The Duke of Denver was in the gun-room, the other men were in the billiard-room, the ladies had already retired, when the manservant, Fleming, came up from the village with the evening post. To the Duke of Denver he brought a letter with news of a startling and very unpleasant kind. To Denis Cathcart he brought another letter, one which we shall never see, but whose contents it is easy enough to guess. You have heard the evidence of Mr. Arbuthnot that, before reading this letter, Cathcart had gone upstairs gay and hopeful, mentioning that he hoped soon to get a date fixed for the marriage. At a little after 10, when the Duke of Denver went up to see him, there was a great change. Before his Grace could broach the matter in hand, Cathcart spoke rudely and harshly, appearing to be all on edge, and entreating to be left alone. Is it very difficult, my lords, in the face of what we have heard to-day, in the face of our knowledge that Mlle. Vonderat crossed to New York on the Berengaria on October 15th, to guess what news had reached Denis Cathcart in that interval to change his whole outlook upon life? At this unhappy moment, when Cathcart is brought face to face with the stupefying knowledge that his mistress has left him, comes the Duke of Denver with a frightful accusation. He taxes Cathcart with the vile truth that this man, who has eaten his bread and sheltered under his roof, and who is about to marry his sister, is nothing more nor less than a card-sharper. And when Cathcart refuses to deny the charge, when he most insolently, as it seems, declares that he is no longer willing to wed the noble lady to whom he is affianced, is it surprising that the Duke should turn upon the impostor and forbid him ever to touch or speak to Lady Mary Wimsey again? I say, my lords, that no man with a spark of honourable feeling would have done otherwise. My client contents himself with directing Cathcart to leave the house next day, and when Cathcart rushes madly out into the storm, he calls after him to return, and even takes the trouble to direct the footman to leave open the conservatory door for Cathcart's convenience. It is true that he called Cathcart a dirty scoundrel, and told him he should have been kicked out of his regiment, but he was justified. While the words he shouted from the window, "Come back, you fool," or even, according to one witness, "You fool," have almost an affectionate ring in them. Laughter. And now I will direct your lordship's attention to the extreme weakness of the case against my noble client from the point of view of motive. It has been suggested that the cause of the quarrel between them was not that mentioned by the Duke of Denver in his evidence, but something even more closely personal to themselves. Of this contention not a jot or tittle, not the slightest shadow of evidence has been put forward, except, indeed, that of the extraordinary witness Robinson, who appears to bear a grudge against his whole acquaintance, and to have magnified some trifling allusion into a matter of vast importance. Your lordships have seen this person's demeanour in the box, and will judge for yourselves how much weight is to be attached to his observations, while we on our side have been able to show that the alleged cause of complaint was perfectly well-founded in fact. So Cathcart rushes out into the garden. In the pelting rain he paces heedlessly about, envisaging a future stricken at once suddenly barren of love, wealth, and honour. And meanwhile a passage door opens, and a stealthy foot creeps down the stair. We know now whose it is. Mrs. Pettigrew Robinson has not mistaken the creak of the door. It is the Duke of Denver. That is admitted. But from this point we join issue with my learned friend for the prosecution. It is suggested that the Duke, on thinking matters over, determines that Cathcart is a danger to society and better dead, or that his insult to the Denver family can only be washed out in blood. And we are invited to believe that the Duke creeps downstairs, fetches his revolver from the study table, and prowls out into the night to find Cathcart and make away with him in cold blood. My lords, is it necessary for me to point out the inherent absurdity of this suggestion? What conceivable reason could the Duke of Denver have for killing, in this cold-blooded manner, a man of whom a single word has rid him already and forever? It has been suggested to you that the injury had grown greater in the Duke's mind by brooding, had assumed gigantic proportions. Of that suggestion, my lords, I can only say that a more flimsy pretext for fixing an impulse to murder upon the shoulders of an innocent man was never devised, even by the ingenuity of an advocate. I will not waste my time or insult you by arguing about it. Again, it has been suggested that the cause of quarrel was not what it appeared, and that the Duke had reason to fear some disastrous action on Cathcart's part. Of this contention I think we have already disposed. It is an assumption constructed in vacuo to meet a set of circumstances which my learned friend is at a loss to explain in conformity with the known facts. The very number and variety of motives suggested by the prosecution is proof that they are aware of the weakness of their own case. Frantically they cast about for any sort of explanation to give colour to this unreasonable indictment. And here I will direct your lordship's attention to the very important evidence of Inspector Parker in the matter of the study window. He has told you that it was forced from outside by the latch being slipped back with a knife. If it was the Duke of Denver who was in the study at 11:30, what need had he to force the window? He was already inside the house. When, in addition, we find that Cathcart had in his pocket a knife, and that there are scratches upon the blade, such as might come from forcing back a metal catch, it surely becomes evident that not the Duke, but Cathcart himself, forced the window and crept in for the pistol, not knowing that the conservatory door had been left open for him. But there is no need to labour this point. We know that Captain Cathcart was in the study at that time, for we have seen in evidence the sheet of blotting paper on which he blotted his letter to Simon von der Raa, and Lord Peter Wimsey has told us how he himself removed that sheet from the study blotting-pad a few days after Cathcart's death. And let me here draw your attention to the significance of one point in the evidence. The Duke of Denver has told us that he saw the revolver in his drawer a short time before the fatal 13th, when he and Cathcart were together. The Lord High Steward: One moment, Sir Impey. That is not quite as I have it in my notes. Counsel: I beg your lordship's pardon if I am wrong. Lord High Steward: I will read what I have. I was hunting for an old photograph of Mary to give Cathcart, and that was how I came across it. There is nothing about Cathcart being there. Counsel: If your lordship will read the next sentence. Lord High Steward: Certainly. The next sentence is, I remember saying at the time how rusty it was getting. Counsel: And the next? Lord High Steward: To whom did you make that observation? Answer: I really don't know, but I distinctly remember saying it. Counsel: I am much obliged to your lordship. When the noble peer made that remark, he was looking out some photographs to give to Captain Cathcart. I think we may reasonably infer that the remark was made to the deceased. Lord High Steward to the House. My lords, your lordships will, of course, use your own judgment as to the value of this suggestion. If your lordships can accept that Denis Cathcart may have known of the existence of the revolver, it is immaterial at what exact moment he saw it. As you have heard, the table drawer was always left with the key in it. He might have seen it himself at any time, when searching for an envelope or sealing wax or what not. In any case, I contend that the movements heard by Colonel and Mrs. Marchbanks on Wednesday night were those of Denis Cathcart. While he was writing his farewell letter, perhaps with the pistol before him on the table, yes, at that very moment, the Duke of Denver slipped down the stairs and out through the conservatory door. Here is the incredible part of this affair, that again and again we find two series of events wholly unconnected between themselves converging upon the same point of time and causing endless confusion. I have used the word incredible, not because any coincidence is incredible, for we see more remarkable examples every day of our lives than any writer of fiction would dare to invent, but merely to take it out of the mouth of the learned Attorney General, who is preparing to make it return boomerang fashion against me. Laughter. My lords, this is the first of these incredible, I am not afraid of the word, coincidences. At 11:30 the Duke goes downstairs and Cathcart enters the study. The learned Attorney General, in his cross-examination of my noble client, very justifiably made what capital he could out of the discrepancy between the witness's statement at the inquest, which was that he did not leave the house till 2:30, and his present statement that he left it at 11:30. My lords, whatever interpretation you like to place upon the motives of the noble Duke in so doing, I must remind you once more that at the time when that first statement was made, everybody supposed that the shot had been fired at 3 o'clock, and that the misstatement was then useless for the purpose of establishing an alibi. Great stress, too, has been laid on the noble Duke's inability to establish this alibi for the hours from 11:30 to 3 a.m. But, my lords, if he is telling the truth in saying that he walked all that time upon the moors without meeting anyone, what alibi could he establish? He is not bound to supply a motive for all his minor actions during the 24 hours. No rebutting evidence has been brought to discredit his story, and it is perfectly reasonable that, unable to sleep after the scene with Cathcart, he should go for a walk to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Cathcart has finished his letter and tossed it into the post-bag. There is nothing more ironical in the whole of this case than that letter. While the body of a murdered man lay stark upon the threshold, and detectives and doctors searched everywhere for clues, the normal routine of an ordinary English household went, unquestioned, on. That letter, which contained the whole story, lay undisturbed in the post-bag till it was taken away and put in the post, as a matter of course, to be fetched back again, at enormous cost, delay, and risk of life, 2 months later, in vindication of the great English motto, business as usual. Upstairs, Lady Mary Wimsey was packing her suitcase and writing a farewell letter to her people. At length Cathcart signs his name. He takes up the revolver and hurries out into the shrubbery. Still he paces up and down, with what thoughts God alone knows, reviewing the past, no doubt, racked with vain remorse, most of all bitter against the woman who has ruined him. He bethinks him of the little love-token, the platinum and diamond cat, which his mistress gave him for good luck. At any rate, he will not die with that pressing upon his heart. With a furious gesture, he hurls it far from him. He puts the pistol to his head. But something arrests him. Not that. Not that. He sees, in fancy, his own hideously disfigured corpse, the shattered jaw, the burst eyeball, blood and brains horribly splashed about. No. Let the bullet go cleanly to the heart. Not even in death can he bear the thought of looking so. He places the revolver against his breast and draws the trigger. With a little moan, he drops to the sodden ground. The weapon falls from his hand. His fingers scrabble a little at his breast. The gamekeeper, who heard the shot, is puzzled that poachers should come so close. Why are they not on the moors? He thinks of the hares in the plantation. He takes his lantern and searches in the thick drizzle. Nothing. Only soggy grass and dripping trees. He is human. He concludes his ears deceived him, and he returns to his warm bed. Midnight passes. 1 o'clock passes. The rain is less heavy now. Look, in the shrubbery. What was that? A movement. The shot man is moving, groaning a little, crawling to his feet. Chilled to the bone, weak from loss of blood, shaking with the fever of his wound, he but dimly remembers his purpose. His groping hands go to the wound in his breast. He pulls out a handkerchief and presses it upon the place. He drags himself up, slipping and stumbling. The handkerchief slides to the ground and lies there, beside the revolver, among the fallen leaves. Something in his aching brain tells him to crawl back to the house. He is sick, in pain, hot and cold by turns, and horribly thirsty. There, someone will take him in and be kind to him, give him things to drink. Swaying and starting, now falling on hands and knees, now reeling to and fro, he makes that terrible nightmare journey to the house. Now he walks, now he crawls, dragging his heavy limbs after him. At last, the conservatory door. Here there will be help and water for his fever in the trough by the well. He crawls up to it on hands and knees and strains to lift himself. It is growing very difficult to breathe. A heavy weight seems to be bursting his chest. He lifts himself. A frightful hiccuping cough catches him. The blood rushes from his mouth. He drops down. It is indeed all over. Once more the hours pass. 3 o'clock, the hour of rendezvous, draws on. Eagerly the young lover leaps the wall and comes hurrying through the shrubbery to greet his bride-to-be. It is cold and wet, but his happiness gives him no time to think of his surroundings. He passes through the shrubbery without a thought. He reaches the conservatory door, through which, in a few moments, love and happiness will come to him. And in that moment he stumbles across the dead body of a man. Fear possesses him. He hears a distant footstep. With but one idea, escape from this horror of horrors, he dashes into the shrubbery, just as, fatigued perhaps a little, but with a mind soothed by his little expedition, the Duke of Denver comes briskly up the path to meet the eager bride over the body of her betrothed. My lords, the rest is clear. Lady Mary Wimsey, forced by a horrible appearance of things into suspecting her lover of murder, undertook, with what courage every man amongst you will realize, to conceal that George Goyles ever was upon the scene. Of this ill-considered action of hers came much mystery and perplexity. Yet, my lords, while chivalry holds its own, not one amongst us will breathe one word of blame against that gallant lady. As the old song says, God send each man at his end such hawks, such hounds, and such a friend. I think, my lords, that there is nothing more for me to say. To you I leave the solemn and joyful task of freeing the noble peer, your companion, from this unjust charge. You are but human, my lords, and some among you will have grumbled, some will have mocked, on assuming these medieval splendours of scarlet and ermine, so foreign to the taste and habit of a utilitarian age. You know well enough that 'tis not the balm, the sceptre, and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farced title, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shores of the world, that can add any dignity to noble blood. And yet, to have beheld, day after day, the head of one of our oldest and noblest houses in England standing here, cut off from your friendship, stripped of his historic honours, robed only in the justice of his cause, this cannot have failed to move your pity and indignation. My lords, it is your happy privilege to restore to his Grace the Duke of Denver these traditional symbols of his exalted rank. When the clerk of this house shall address to you severally the solemn question, do you find Gerald, Duke of Denver, Viscount St. George, guilty or not guilty of the dreadful crime of murder, every one of you may, with a confidence unmarred by any shadow of doubt, lay his hand upon his heart and say, "Not guilty, upon my honour." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Who goes home? Drunk as a lord? As a class, they are really very sober. Judge Clure, in court. While the Attorney General was engaged in the ungrateful task of trying to obscure what was not only plain but agreeable to everybody's feelings, Lord Peter hauled Parker off to a Lyons over the way, and listened, over an enormous dish of eggs and bacon, to a brief account of Mrs. Grimethorpe's dash to town, and a long one of Lady Mary's cross-examination. "What are you grinning about?" snapped the narrator. "Just natural imbecility," said Lord Peter. "I say, poor old Cathcart. She was a girl. For the matter of that, I suppose she still is. I don't know why I should talk as if she'd died the moment I took my eyes off her." "Horribly self-centred you are," grumbled Mr. Parker. "I know. I always was, from a child. But what worries me is that I seem to be getting so susceptible. When Barbara turned me down—" "You're cured," said his friend brutally. "As a matter of fact, I've noticed it for some time." Lord Peter sighed deeply. "I value your candour, Charles," he said, "but I wish you hadn't such an unkind way of putting things. Besides, I say, are they coming out?" The crowd in Parliament Square was beginning to stir and spread. Sparse streams of people began to drift across the street. A splash of scarlet appeared against the grey stone of St. Stephen's. Mr. Merble's clerk dashed in suddenly at the door. "All right, my lord. Acquitted unanimously. And will you please come across, my lord?" They ran out. At sight of Lord Peter, some excited bystanders raised a cheer. The great wind tore suddenly through the square, bellying out the scarlet robes of the emerging peers. Lord Peter was bandied from one to the other till he reached the centre of the group. "Excuse me, your Grace." It was Bunter. Bunter, miraculously, with his arms full of scarlet and ermine, enveloping the shameful blue serge suit which had been a badge of disgrace. Allow me to offer my respectful congratulations, Your Grace." "Bunter!" cried Lord Peter. "Great God, the man's gone mad! Damn you, man, take that thing away," he added, plunging at a tall photographer in a made-up tie. "Too late, my lord," said the offender, jubilantly pushing in the slide. "Peter," said the Duke. Thanks, old man." "All right," said his lordship. "Very jolly trip and all that. You're looking very fit. Oh, don't shake hands. There, I knew it. I heard that man's confounded shutter go." They pushed their way through the surging mob to the cars. The two duchesses got in, and the Duke was following, when a bullet crashed through the glass of the window, missing Denver's head by an inch, and ricocheting from the windscreen among the crowd. A rush and a yell. A big, bearded man struggled for a moment with three constables. Then came a succession of wild shots and a fierce rush, the crowd parting and closing in like hounds on the fox, streaming past the Houses of Parliament, heading for Westminster Bridge. "He's shot a woman!" "He's under that bus!" "No, he isn't!" "Hi! Murder! Stop him!" Shrill screams and yells, police whistles blowing, constables darting from every corner, swooping down in taxis, running. The driver of a taxi, spinning across the bridge, saw the fierce face just ahead of his bonnet, and jammed on the brakes as the madman's fingers closed for the last time on the trigger. Shot and tire exploded almost simultaneously. The taxi slewed giddily over to the right, scooping the fugitive with it, and crashed horribly into a tram standing vacant on the embankment dead end. "I couldn't help it," yelled the taxi man. "He fired at me. Oh, God, I couldn't help it." Lord Peter and Parker arrived together, panting. "Here, constable," gasped his lordship. "I know this man. He has an unfortunate grudge against my brother, in connection with a poaching matter up in Yorkshire. Tell the coroner to come to me for information." "Very good, my lord." "Don't photograph that," said Lord Peter to the man with the reflex, whom he suddenly found at his elbow. The photographer shook his head. "They wouldn't like to see that, my lord. Only the scenes of the crash and the ambulance men. Bright, newsy pictures, you know. Nothing gruesome," with an explanatory jerk of the head at the great dark splotches in the roadway. "It doesn't pay." A red-haired reporter appeared from nowhere with a notebook. "Here," said his lordship. "Do you want the story? I'll give it to you now." There was not, after all, the slightest trouble in the matter of Mrs. Grimethorpe. Seldom, perhaps, has a ducal escapade resolved itself with so little embarrassment. His Grace, indeed, who was nothing if not a gentleman, braced himself gallantly for a regretful and sentimental interview. In all his rather stupid affairs, he had never run away from a scene, or countered a storm of sobs with that maddening, "Well, I'd better be going now," which has led to so many despairs, and occasionally to cold shot. But on this occasion the whole business fell flat. The lady was not interested. "I am free now," she said. "I am going back to my own people in Cornwall. I do not want anything now that he is dead." The Duke's dutiful caress was a most uninteresting failure. Lord Peter saw her home to a respectable little hotel in Bloomsbury. She liked the taxi, and the large glittering shops, and the sky signs. They stopped at Piccadilly Circus to see the Bonzo dog smoke his Gasper, and the Nestle's baby consume his bottle of milk. She was amazed to find that the prices of the things in Swan and Edgar's window were, if anything, more reasonable than those current in Stapley. "I should like one of those blue scarves," she said, "but I'm thinking 'twould not be fitting, and me a widow." "You could buy it now and wear it later on," suggested his lordship. "In Cornwall, you know." "Yes." She glanced at her brown stuff gown. "Could I buy my blacks here? I shall have to get some for the funeral. Just a dress and a hat, and a coat, maybe." "I should think it would be a very good idea." "Now? Why not?" "I have money," she said. "I took it from his desk. It's mine now, I suppose. Not that I'd wish to be beholden to him, but I don't look at it that way." "I shouldn't think twice about it if I were you," said Lord Peter. She walked before him into the shop, her own woman at last. In the early hours of the morning, Inspector Sugg, who happened to be passing Parliament Square, came upon a taxi-man apparently addressing a heated expostulation to the statue of Lord Palmerston. Indignant at this senseless proceeding, Mr. Sugg advanced, and then observed that the statesman was sharing his pedestal with a gentleman in evening dress, who clung precariously with one hand, while with the other he held an empty champagne bottle to his eye and surveyed the surrounding streets. "Hi!" said the policeman. "What are you doing there? Come off of it." "Hullo!" said the gentleman, losing his balance quite suddenly and coming down in a jumbled manner. "Have you seen my friend? Very odd thing. Damned odd. 'Spect you know where find him, what? When in doubt, Tasker Pleeshman, what? Friend of mine. Very dignified sort of man, opera hat. Freddie. Good old Freddie. Always answers to name, just like jolly old bloodhound." He got to his feet and stood beaming on the officer. "Why, if it ain't his lordship," said Inspector Sugg, who had met Lord Peter in other circumstances. "Better be getting home, my lord. Night air's chilly like, ain't it? You'll catch a cold or summat o' that. Here's your taxi. Just you jump in now." "Nope," said Lord Peter. "Nope. Couldn't do that. Not without friend. Good old Freddie. Never desert friend. Dear old Sugg. Wouldn't desert Freddie." He attempted an attitude, with one foot poised on the step of the taxi, but, miscalculating his distance, stepped heavily into the gutter, thus entering the vehicle unexpectedly, head first. Mr. Sugg tried to tuck his legs in and shut him up, but his lordship thwarted this movement with unlooked-for agility, and sat firmly on the step. "Not my taxi," he explained solemnly. "Freddie's taxi. Not right. Run away with friend's taxi. Very odd. Just went round corner to fetch Freddie's taxi. Freddie just went round corner to fetch my taxi. Fetch friend's taxi. Friendship. Such a beautiful thing. Don't you think so, Shug? Can't leave friend. Besides, there's dear old Parker." "Mr. Parker?" said the inspector apprehensively. "Where?" "Hush!" said his lordship. "Don't wake baby. There's good soul. Nestle's baby. Just she Nestle. Don't he nestle nicely?" Following his lordship's gaze, the horrified Sugg observed his official superior cosily tucked up on the far side of Palmerston, and smiling a happy smile in his sleep. With an exclamation of alarm, he bent over and shook the sleeper. "Unkind!" cried Lord Peter in a deep, reproachful tone. Disturbed, poor fellow. Poor hard-working policeman. Never gets up till alarm goes. Extraordinary thing," he added, as though struck by a new idea. "Why hasn't alarm gone off, Shug?" He pointed a wavering finger at Big Ben. "They've forgotten to wind it up. Disgraceful. I'll write to the Times about it." Mr. Sugg wasted no words, but picked up the slumbering Parker and hoisted him into the taxi. "Never, never desert," began Lord Peter, resisting all efforts to dislodge him from the step, when a second taxi, advancing from Whitehall, drew up with the Honourable Freddie Arbuthnot cheering loudly at the window. "Look who's here!" cried the Honourable Freddie. "Jolly, jolly old Sugg. Let's all go home together." "That's my taxi," interposed his lordship with dignity, staggering across to it. The two whirled together for a moment. Then the Honourable Freddie was flung into Sugg's arms, while his lordship, with a satisfied air, cried "Home" to the new taxi-man, and instantly fell asleep in a corner of the vehicle. Mr. Sugg scratched his head, gave Lord Peter's address, and watched the cab drive off. Then, supporting the Honourable Freddie on his ample bosom, he directed the other man to convey Mr. Parker to 12A Great Ormond Street. "Take me home," cried the Honourable Freddie, bursting into tears. "They've all gone and left me." "You leave it to me, sir," said the inspector. He glanced over his shoulder at St. Stephen's, whence a group of Commons were just issuing from an all-night sitting. "Mr. Parker and all," said Inspector Sugg, adding devoutly, "Thank God there weren't no witnesses." End of chapter 19. End of Clouds of Witness by Dorothy Sayers. Recording by Kirsten Wever.